There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable members, the first Bab Jamin on the platform and all the others, please mute. We are about to start the session. Please mute your gadgets. Everyone, check your gadgets and mute it. Thank you. The first item on the order paper is member statement. Any member of the ANC wishing to make a statement? Are you ready? Yes,
Yes.
Rem Mutle.
Yes. Thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC supports the decision by President Cyril Ramaphosa to deploy 3,300 members of the South African National Defence Force in cooperation with the South African Police Service to conduct an intensified anti-criminality operation against illegal mining across all provinces in the country from 28 October this year until 28 April next year. The President wrote to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Amos Masondo, last week, indicating the deployment of the army. In the past 12 months, the country has witnessed an increase in incidents where illegal miners held communities at ransom, committing various violent crimes, including murder and rape, and instances where underground gas explosion caused damage to infrastructure. There are serious criminal activities that the government views in the most serious light, which threatens our national security and does need serious intervention. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The DA?
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. On Saturday morning, the 18th of November, the first day of the registration weekend, I received a message containing the image of our Deputy Chief Justice, Justice Mandisa Maya, in her constitutional court robes, displayed brazenly on an ANC election poster encouraging people to register to vote for the ANC. Initially, I thought this was a joke, a fake poster. I thought no one would be so brazenly crass as to abuse the image of such an important office bearer in our constitutional democracy. Contacting the Deputy Chief Justice, she confirmed that she had not authorized the use of her image and also expressed deep shock and concern. But then the ANC took the image down and apologized, thereby admitting culpability for this most egregious abuse. By compiling and disseminating this truly shocking image, they have successfully undermined not only the personal and professional integrity of Justice Maya, who has spent a lifetime building a solid reputation, but they have irreparably damaged the integrity and credibility of the entire judiciary. This demonstrates a total inability to grasp the concept of the separation of powers and the need for a credible and independent judiciary. You have exposed yourselves. Shame on you. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF?
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, as a statement, this is a statement esingabantu basencoga abathethelwa umhlaba ngabantu abafuna ukuba. The land restitution program was initiated in 1994. Its purpose was to restore the rights to land of Black people back to them. The purpose was never to subject our people to further dispossession by a democratic state. Sadly, the department responsible for land restitution in the Eastern Cape has allowed people with nefarious intentions to use this program to pursue their own selfish needs. The Ngoga Kumango community in the Eastern Cape is subject to this phenomenon of thuggery. A group of people assisted by the Deputy Minister Mcebisi Skwatsha lodged a land claim that excluded many people in that community using their names without their consent. They received cash compensation with a total value exceeding 200 million. Now, this very same group of people is intending on registering all land in the community as a CPA, including land that belongs to the people who are not party to this nefarious claim. The department has confirmed that they will register all the land under the CPA despite the dispute raised by many community members, and now community members are subject to raise money for lawyers in order to fight a democratic government. The department is allowing rogue community members to use the law and land reform program to steal. Abantu baseNxarha bayazi uba ikhona i-EFF,
Thank you very
soze
much.
babelwe emhlaba.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chief Whip.
The time is going.
The ANC is pleased with the results of the quarterly labor force survey, which suggests that the economy is gradually recovering and starting to create jobs. The report indicates that the number of employed persons increased by 399,000 to 16.7 million in the third quarter of 2023, compared to 16.3 million in the second quarter of 2023. Meanwhile, the number of the unemployed people decreased by 72,000 to 7.8 million during the same quarter. The slight but notable increase in employment and decrease in unemployment rates reflect our government's concerted effort to address the challenges of unemployment in the country. The results are a testament to the collaborative effort of public and private sectors, as well as the hard work and dedication of our citizens. They underscore the progress we are making as a nation in addressing unemployment and fostering employment growth. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I stand before you today on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party to draw urgent attention in the alarming rise in malaria cases and increasing death toll as we approach the summer season. This matter demands our collective focus, switch action, and united effort to mitigate the impact of our communities. As the temperatures rise and the summer season approaches, so does the threat of the malaria. The recent surge in cases and the unfortunate loss of life serves as a stark reminder of the challenges we face. The IFP expresses deep concern about the adequacy of our preventive measures, public awareness campaign, and the overall readiness of our health infrastructure to combat these seasonal names. It is disheartening that despite the advancement of medical science and the availability of effective intervention, we find ourselves grappling with a surge in malaria cases. We call upon the relevant authorities to intensify effort to cap the spread of malaria. This includes debilitating prevention measures such as widespread distribution. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. Die Departement van Landbou is besig om ons pluimveeboere te versaak. Die departement wil die indruk wek dat die jongste uitbraak van voëlgriep, wat sedert April van die jaar die industrie tuister onder beheer is. Dit het tot in 'n portefeulje komitee rapporteer dat die aantal infeksies afneem. Dit is egter voor die hand liggend dat die getalle sal afneem, want daar is nie meer voëls oor wat kan aansteek nie. In gesprekke met 'n aantal boere oor die siekte en die hantering van die siekte deur onder andere die departement, is daar groot kommer uitgespreek en is daar talle vrae wat steeds onbeantwoord is. 'n Groot bekommernis is die feit dat staatsveeartseny kronies onderbeman is en nie die nodige hulpbronne tot hul beskikking het om suksesvol die talle krisisse wat tans ervaar word aan te spreek nie. Ook word daar buitensporige maatreëls daargestel wat geweldige finansiële implikasies op die boere het. Dit lei tot grootskaalse afname van pluimveeboere omdat hulle doeteenvoudig nie meer kan bekostig om aan te hou boer nie. Dit lei weer op sy beurt na verhoogde werkloosheid. En al wie ryker word is die invoerders in die buiteland van wie ons nou hoenders en eiers moet invoer. Nog 'n leemte is dat die riglyne vir die kul van pluimvee nie die nuutste navorsing in ag neem nie en ook teenstrydig is. Daar moet duidelikheid kom oor die tipe toetse wat aanvaar word, oor die opskorting van kwarantyne, oor inentingstoestande waaronder dit toegelaat word en die implikasies op handel. Agbare minister, hoe gaan jy verseker dat die industrie herstel en herbou word? Ek dankie.
Baie dankie. ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC condemns two heinous crimes that shocked the country. The ANC learns with shock the two barbaric incidents that happened recently, which left many citizens traumatized. On the first incident, a 30-year-old Ndembe Komvalo, who is a student at the University of Western Cape, entered the private residence of the neighboring institution, the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, armed with 2 knives, and stabbed his wife 11 times in full view of other students. We applaud the police for their swift action, which led to the arrest of Ndembe Komvalo, who, according to the video footage, was merciless and barbaric in committing the crime against his spouse. We welcome the bold step taken by the University of the Western Cape to suspend him from its premises. The second incident was that of an employee at Sibanye Stillwater, Western area, who stabbed his colleague to death. Thereafter took a selfie next to his body with his stomach tore open and intestines left exposed. We are deeply shocked by these senseless and barbaric incidents that left the country horrified and a disbelief. We call upon citizens to refrain from capturing sensitive and horrific incidents of this nature and circulate pictures and videos on social media.
Thank you.
And they must think of those families involved. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Dankie voorsitter. Dit is skandelik hoe die ANC se Dr. Ruth Mompati distriksmunisipaliteit belastingbetalers geld mors om ANC kaders te bevoordeel. Terwyl mense wat in die Naledi, Greater Taung, Kagisane Molopo, Mamusa en Lekwatamani plaaslike munisipaliteite woon en elke dag sukkel om 'n druppel skoon drinkwater te kry, deur slaggate moet ry en huise oorstroom word met rou riool, het die distriksmunisipaliteit besluit om 38 miljoen rand te spandeer aan 'n Shack call center in Vryburg. Tot op datum bly die 38 miljoen Shack call center gesluit, soortgelyk aan die lewering van dienste reg deur die distrik. In plaas daarvan om die 38 miljoen te gebruik het om water en sanitasie te verbeter, het die ANC besluit om belastingbetalers geld te mors om die sakke van ANC kaders te vul. Die DA het die SAU versoek om hierdie onreëlmatige en vrugtelose uitgawe te ondersoek en elke sent wat aan hierdie nuttelose oproepsentrum bestee is, terug te eis. Ons word oorval met kiesers wat na die DA stroom om die ANC volgende jaar uit regering te stem en 'n DA-geleide regering te kies wat water en sanitasie sal lewer en nie geld sal mors nie. Dankie voorsitter.
Baie dankie. UDM. UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you. 1 second. Yesterday, we commemorated World Children's Day, a global initiative promoting children's rights, safety, education, health, and happiness. Unfortunately, it comes during a year where Israel's war on Gaza, which has turned Gaza into a graveyard for children, with a death toll of at least 5,500 children since October 7. World Children's Day is null and void in Gaza and many parts of the world where innocent children are being killed every day. Unfortunately, in every war around the world, children continue to pay a heavy price. In the Ukraine-Russia war, over 1,500 children were killed and injured. During the Tigray war in Ethiopia, at least 33,000 children were severely malnourished and faced imminent death without any help. In Sudan, armed conflict, more than 445 children were subjected to the most inhuman atrocities, not to mention that 5,700 children killed and maimed in Afghanistan. Impunity for crimes against children must end as they undermine the UN Security Council 6 grave violations against children during armed conflict. We call on the international community in particular to make sure that all those who commit crimes against children are prosecuted and that sanctions are imposed on countries that mercilessly murder women during times of conflict, whether it's in Gaza, whether it's in Ukraine, and whether it happens in Tigray here in
Thank
Ethiopia.
you.
Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Banks accused of generating trillions in alleged rand manipulation. The ANC welcomes the decision by the Competition Commission to refer a collusion case by some of the banks to the Competition Tribunal for prosecution. It is believed that the 2013 cartel made a trillion rand a day due to price fixing and market allocation by the 28 local and international banks. They have been accused of contravening Section 41B of the Competition Act in that they have manipulated the US dollar and South African rand's currency pair, and that they have divided markets and allocated customers. 5 of the 28 banks have admitted to taking part in the alleged foreign exchange manipulation, and others prefer to appeal. UK headquartered Standard Chartered is the second bank to have entered into a settlement agreement with the Competition Commission. Citibank paid an administrative penalty of 69.5 million in March 2017, while Barclays Capital and ABSA were cooperating with the Commission to be granted leniency. Now, can some much too.
Can see him. Chapsek. Good. Good. ANC.
The ANC welcomes the recent launch of 430 million bulk infrastructure project and handing over of 445 title deeds at Mukaga local municipality in the Free State by the Minister of Human Settlement and the Premier of Free State. The bulk infrastructure project for Maukeng Extension 10 and 13 will yield 5,300 service stands to benefit locals. This also includes sites for public amenities like schools and recreation facilities. The Minister and the Premier also interacted with communities on service delivery interventions, cautioning contractors who do not finish their work and leave project incomplete. Following the launch of the project, the delegation proceeded to Constantia Hall in Constadt, Maukeng Township, and handed over 435 title deeds to the rightful beneficiaries. This is part of the campaign by the Department of Human Settlement to give back dignity by fast-tracking the issuing of title deeds to the rightful owners. The ANC would like to remind citizens that title deeds are not licensed to sell government-subsidized houses. A title deed is a proof of ownership of an asset that must be handed over to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. We welcome the fact that yet again, the DA-run Western Cape has the lowest unemployment rate of all the provinces, according to the quarterly labour force survey for Q3 of 2023, released last week by Stats SA. At 20.2% on the strict definition, the Western Cape's unemployment rate is 11.7 percentage points lower than the national equivalent. On the expanded definition, the Western Cape's unemployment rate is half that of the ANC-run Northwest Province. Over the past year, the DA-run Western Cape contributed 305,000 jobs to the South African economy. That amounts to almost 1/3 of the nation's net employment gains. Truly, the DA-run Western Cape is the engine room of employment. It is the country's factory floor. That is because where the DA governs, we create an enabling environment that helps to grow the economy and allows businesses to create jobs. It's what distinguishes the DA governance from ANC misrule, DA opportunity and prosperity contrasting with ANC cronyism and collapse. In next year's elections, voters have a golden opportunity to make their mark for DA governance nationally and in other provinces. It's a chance to rescue South Africa from the ANC and to fire up the engine of job creation.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. House Chairperson, today in the Standing Committee on Finance, we, the EFF, requested the committee to summon the Minister of Finance, not the acting minister, to account for the rand manipulation. The Minister of Finance must come back from leave unless it is for medical reasons, Honorable Khatev, and invite South African Reserve Bank, BASA, and Competition Commission to come to tell us what the government is doing about the crimes manipulation in this country, the currency crime manipulation in this country. We're happy, Chairperson, that the committee agreed that this request be processed this particular Friday. The committee is very serious about this matter. We will not accept a junior delegation from either National Treasury or the Reserve Bank. We don't want a mere technocrat. We want answers from executive authority and to account for this thievery. The reprehensible conduct of currency manipulation amounts to treason, and it is treacherous, Chairperson. It undermines our economy and forms part of a greater scourge of illicit financial flows. The fact that the National Treasury and the former Minister of Finance, Mr. Tito Mboweni, treated this matter as a small matter and went as far as trying to protect those involved should concern all of us. People are making billions upon billions, if not trillions, through corruption and financial crimes. And once again, no one is well responsible.
Thank you.
Because the bank acts as law unto themselves.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Electricity is a prerequisite these days for decent life for all of us. The ANC therefore welcomes the launch of the Eskom's HEX battery energy storage system called BESS in the Western Cape's Breede Valley, Worcester. This is a world-class facility recently launched by the Minister of Public Enterprises, which will allow Eskom to store excess power for use during peak demand. The HEX site is specifically designed to store 100 megawatt of energy, enough to power a medium-sized town for 5 hours. The transformation that is now underway at Eskom, which will see the creation of 3 wholly owned subsidiaries, generation, transmission, and distribution, demonstrates the ANC government's determination to resolve the energy crisis. The BESS project is proof that as South Africans, we are capable of innovative and world-class solutions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Al-Jama. Al-Jama. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The visually impaired children across the Nelson Mandela Bay received a boost recently with the donation of assistive devices valued at 1 million rand. We welcome this initiative as it would make studying and classroom participation much easier for these learners. The low vision devices included electronic calculators, dictaphones, talking calculators, large print calculators, 3 laptops with specialized software and specialized keyboards. Low vision applies to all individuals with sights who are unable to read the newspaper at a normal viewing distance. Even with the aid of glasses or contact lenses, low vision people use a combination of vision and other senses to learn. Though they may require adaptation in lighting or size of the print. This is the Eastern Cape Department's second rollout of assistive devices following the last year's pilot project. The 2023 recipients come from a variety of schools across all quintiles. As the ANC, we hope that more schools step up in identifying children with their visual impairments and provide similar assistance. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes member statements. And we already have hands for the responses by the executive. May I now recognize Honorable Minister Nglesi?
Thank you, Chairperson. The quarterly labor force survey does assist a great deal in helping the government monitor the impact that our interventions and initiatives are making in denting the unemployment challenge that the country is faced with. Chairperson, it's a fact that telling progress in the fight against stubborn unemployment will be realized when the country's economy is performing well. With all our programs, we are doing everything to ensure that we fight this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we now recognize the Honorable Didiza?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and thanks to the honorable members for their member statements. I would like to respond on the one by Honorable Briet on the avian flu, just to indicate that we have contained the disease. We are now busy with the cleaning of the facilities, working with the affected farmers. We will be reporting to the OIE, which is the Animal Health Standard Setting Body internationally, that we are now free so that it can allow for import or export of those who are interested. With regards to the vaccine, we have indeed looked at the request that was made by the industry for the registration of the vaccine for the N7 and the N5. With regards to the evaluation that was done, there was not enough documentation for the registration of the NC vaccine, of the N7 vaccine rather. And it's a matter that with the industry we've been working on to look at the possibilities for vaccination and what are the possible risks in doing so. I want to assure Honorable Brett that in every step that government is taking in managing animal disease in this country, we've always worked with the farmers, with the agribusinesses that are involved, together with the private veterinary services that some of the farmers employ. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The Minister Patla.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me thank the Honorable Hlengwa for raising the issue of malaria. Just to clarify firstly that the recent reports about malaria were not necessarily in relation to recent outbreaks. It was a report from Gauteng province. They were merely highlighting the risk and they were detailing the incidents and fatalities from malaria over a period of a number of years. As it is currently, we can say that South Africa, while we have in 3 provinces, that's Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the northern part of KwaZulu-Natal, have endemic, districts in terms of malaria. We're not really in a very endangered situation. Nevertheless, we still take precautions. We are committed to the elimination of malaria, and we're working with our colleagues in the provinces, but also working with neighbors, because there's no way in which we can eradicate malaria when we only do the spraying against the venomous mosquitoes only in South Africa. So we're working with our neighbors, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Botswana to some extent, but largely also with Eswatini in this regard. So we're very grateful for also the support which we receive from the World Health Organization, also from the Global Fund, in terms of making sure that we can eliminate. So our target, we remain on course that at the latest by 2030, but we also envisage that even as close by as 2025, we could be in a position to eradicate malaria. And we're very optimistic because some of the districts are very, very close in terms of the elimination of malaria. So when the advice to all South Africans is, especially when you travel during the holidays in the rainy season into the eastern part of our country, the northern part of Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the northern KwaZulu-Natal, and if you're traveling also to our neighboring countries in the east and in the north, please make sure that you take a precaution in terms of the prevention of malaria. But thanks to the Honorable Member for raising this matter. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister Lamola.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity. The ANC, as per the statement of Honorable Bredenbach, had withdrawn and also apologized unreservedly to the Deputy Chief Justice, which has restored the integrity and the dignity of the Deputy Chief Justice and the judiciary as a whole. And the ANC has demonstrated over years respect for the institutions of the rule of law, for the judiciary, and for all Chapter 9 institutions of the country. It cannot be judged on only one error of judgment that has since been corrected and been dispatched unreservedly as an apology to the people of South Africa. And the ANC has always anchored its programs, also its political posture on the rule of law, respect for the Constitution, and all the institutions that support constitutional democracy. It is against this background, Honorable House Chair, that the ANC continue to support a program of constitutional democracy in a democratic South Africa. And it withdrew that statement. We therefore want to welcome that initiative by the ANC in this House to withdraw and unreservedly apologize, which is a sign of respecting and also its intentions that has been very clear to restore the integrity and the dignity of the judiciary and the trust that the people of South Africa have in the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Skwatsha. Deputy Minister Skwatsha, are you still on
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to respond to the question, the statement raised by Honorable Member of the EFF. I want to indicate that it might be necessary to inform Honorable Member that CPAs are registered and considered compliance by the Office of the Director General in the Republic of South Africa, not by any minister or deputy minister. And therefore, I have no capacity and ability to register CPAs or members of CPAs as such. I therefore also want to indicate that the portion of land the Honorable Member is referring to is part of a restitution process that was launched by Mr. Zamayedwa Msefo on the 11th of December, 1998, according to the prescribed laws. And the portion of land that the Honorable Zamayedwa, Mr. Zamayedwa was claiming is called the Noga Irrigation Scheme. I lastly want to indicate that Noga is an area that is an ideal one because in spite of all the conflicts around CPAs, it is an area where the chairperson is deputized by the chief of the area, Chief Zami Mvula. It is an ideal area, and
I had an opportunity to go and address a very unified, huge meeting in the area of Ngocha. If there are any disputes, disputes are dealt with not by the deputy minister, but proper and wide consultation was undertaken in respect of the claim as mentioned by Honorable Member. I am still at the disposal of the Honorable Member to assist her in trying to resolve any matter that might be problematic, but the claims are really unfounded and unfortunate. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Mahlobo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and to thank Honorable Passon. We are all concerned about municipalities, about their ability to perform certain functions, hence our decision to support them. Working with the provincial government of the province of Northwest, there is a program of Bulela Metsi, and the areas that you are referring to, last week, Minister Mkhunu was on the ground with the mayors there. We're able to intervene, especially the community of Dinokana, in terms of our processes, in terms of the infrastructure that must be rolled out, especially by Mahalis. What I don't agree with Honorable Pasoni, Madam Chair, I don't agree with the insinuation to say it's because of the ANC and CADA deployment. Because Honorable Passon knows well that water knows no boundaries, it knows no ideology. To start to claim easy victories, as per his political party that has claimed that there is CADA deployment, when there's a concrete evidence that themselves, they have people that they've employed and certain municipalities in their own jurisdiction or control, they are failing dismal. One example is the capital city where we are right now. We're in the Minister of Water Affairs. For the first time, we're working well with your mayor there. We're helping because that's what we do. We know that politically there are elections around the country, and the provincial head of your party has chosen to make water an issue. But please don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. Ours will deliver water as directed by President and will leave nobody behind. I thank you.
Honorable members, I want to hear the people on the platform. Please, you can't be shouting like that. Honorable member, yes, sir, Nazir?
Chairperson, I think you must get someone to go to that minister where he is now and do a breathalyzer test because he doesn't sound.
Or the sound?
Oh, he sounds drunk.
What is it?
He sounds.
Yeah, now you
He
see,
sounds
you are
drunk.
getting out.
I can't hear you.
You are
Wait.
It's
Let
absolutely
me hear
talking
what the
nonsense.
honorable member is saying. What are you saying, honorable?
He is talking
That
nonsense, that
minister's,
honorable member. He doesn't need to be heard.
His
He's
words are
drunk himself.
slurring. The deputy minister's words
He
are
is the one
slurring.
who's drunk.
So I think you must check whether he's
Honorable
sober.
member in front of you. Your member is speaking. I can't hear him. What are you saying, honorable member?
I was saying, his words are slurring and he doesn't sound very sober.
Or it's because of the connections, you think? But we
He
did
doesn't
hear
even
him.
drink for that
It's
matter.
fine,
You
it's fine.
stupid.
No, don't worry about that. I think it's
looks
fixed.
drunk. He looks
no,
drunk,
it's
but
fine. It's fine,
I think he's
Honorable
drunk.
Mahlobo. Khoshiraj, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I rise in terms of Rules 84.
Yes.
Where Honorable Member used foul language against Deputy Minister to say he's drunk. He has to withdraw.
Oh, did he say
Yes.
that? Honorable member.
Yes,
did
he
you-
said so. He must withdraw.
Okay, please, members, you are now making noise. Honorable Nasir, did you say that? No,
I said he
wait.
sounds drunk.
No,
I said he sounds
Honorable
drunk.
Nasir, please
Don't lie, tell
withdraw.
the
I said he
truth,
sounds
man.
drunk.
Yeah, please withdraw.
Okay, he doesn't sound drunk.
No, withdraw. Withdraw.
Okay, I said I withdraw. He doesn't sound drunk.
No, don't talk. Just say I withdraw, please.
Okay, I withdraw.
Thank you. And
I
don't
still-
do that. That is not right, honorable members. Let's respect one another. Let's not make this a playground. Honorable Mohaule.
Thank you. Thank
Honorable Mohaule, your network seems to be failing you. Are you coming
Chair.
all right? You can switch off
Oh my
your
God.
video for
Let me. Yes. Now is it better?
Yes, much better.
Thank you, House Chair. As the Department of Basic Education, we are prioritizing our special schools with the devices because they are very expensive. And we said anyone who wants to come and help us, let them start with our special schools because they need tailor-made devices for individual purposes. So want to appreciate what the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape is doing, and we encourage all provinces to say, let's start with our learners with special needs and the primary school, so that when they go up to higher grades to the secondary school, they're already used to these devices and they're already used into the ICT. And I want to really appreciate what the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape is doing. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. Honorable. Okay. I'm going to use, I know that we have 7 responses, but because there's another hand and it's important for information, today I'm using my discretion and allowing the last hand. Honorable Deputy Minister Bapela. Deputy Minister Bapela. Oh, you realized 7 have spoken, you withdrawn. It's fine. I was going to allow you to respond because information is key. Thank you very much. Honorable members, all the 7 ministerial responses have been done, and now we proceed, and that concludes that process of ministerial responses. Honorable member, the second item on the order paper is the statement by the Minister in the Presidency on Census 2022 results. Angie, are you okay with them? Oh, okay, now. It's fine now. You are allowed, Honorable Minister. If you can put the right time. They struggled with that for some time now, but I see it's fine now. Yeah.
Madam House Chair, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, a national statistics agency plays an important role in the life of any nation, in that no nation country can plan and implement its programs without empirical evidence. In our case, Statistics South Africa provides such a source of statistical information which helps to know the progress we are making, as well as which areas need attention. Stats SA has continued in this regard to conduct censuses and sample surveys to keep the nation informed. Census 2022 has become the 4th undertaking under the democratic dispensation to give us a snapshot of how far we have come. On the occasion of the launch of the results of the first ever census under the democratic order on the 20th of October 1998, President Nelson Mandela, on accepting the results, said, they, referring to the census 1996 results, show a society which had enormous basic needs to be met, whether it be in terms of access to clean water, electricity, telephones, or schooling. By measuring the extent of deprivation in October 1996, the results provide us with benchmarks against which such performance
as government and nation should be measured year by year, close quote. The Census 2022 data show how the governing party has fulfilled its promise of a better life for all. Our government's policies and programs have had positive impacts. We have achieved significant progress in addressing the historical inequalities, and although we still face many challenges, we are confident that we are on course to realize the vision of our beloved founding father. The census data clearly proves that our development is not accidental. It is the result of deliberate government interventions since 1994. The census data reveal how education opportunities have increased over the years. According to Census 2022 report, 3.4 million children aged between 0 and 4 years attended ECD programs in 2022, of which 2.5 million attended a crèche or educare center. Between 1996 and 2022, school attendance for children aged 5 years and 6 years increased to almost universal level. More people aged 5 and 24 are attending educational institutions at 73.4% in 2022. More people are also finishing high school and pursuing higher education. In 2022, 37.6% of people aged 20 and above had completed secondary education, compared to only 16.3% in 1996. This shows a growing interest and investment in education and skills development for the future. Gender equality is another aspect of progress that the census data highlights. We are accessing more education and health. Women are accessing more education and healthcare, and when I say we, because I'm a woman. In 2011, over 3 million people aged 20 and older had a chosen field of education, and this number has increased to 5.2 million in 2022. Two main fields of studies were business, economics, and management sciences, and education. These fields were mostly chosen by female students. These statistics suggest that society is becoming more inclusive and empowering all individuals, regardless of their gender. Honorable House Chair, on recollecting the apt description of President Nelson Mandela when he said the census 1996 results show a society which had enormous basic needs to be met, whether it be in terms of access to clean water, electricity, telephones, or schooling, it feels great to report that South Africa of 2022 is far much better than South Africa of 1996. The statistics show that more households are living in formal dwellings, from 65.1% in 1996 to 88.5% in 2022. Formal dwellings are houses, flats, townhouses, or other structures made of brick or concrete or located in a backyard. The number of people living in informal and traditional dwellings has dropped significantly. The share of households in informal dwellings went down from 16.2% in 1996 to 8.1% in 2022. The share of people in traditional dwelling decreased from 18.3% in 1996 to 3.1% in 2022. These changes reflect a society that is improving its living standards despite having almost doubled its number of households since 1996. The statistics also reveal that nearly a third of households, or 29.9%, live in government-subsidized dwelling or RDP houses. It could only happen under the ANC. We are fully aware that there is still a high demand for housing, and government continues to implement various programs to develop residential areas, upgrade informal settlements, and provide affordable renting options for both the poor and the middle-income households. The delivery of basic services has been another priority for our government since 1994, and we have made huge strides in providing access to clean water, electricity, sanitation, and refuse removal. In 2022, more than 4 out of 5 households, or 82.4%, had access to pipe water, either inside their dwelling or inside their yard. In 2001, only 51.9% of people had access to a flush toilet, and this has increased to 70.8% in 2022. The census also indicates that the proportion of households using electricity as the main source of energy for lighting rose sharply from 51% 58.1% in 1996 to 94.7% in 2022. The use of paraffin and candles, which was common before 1994, has reduced to very low levels. Government remains hard at work to ensure electricity load shedding is a thing of the past so that South Africans can go back to enjoying use of electricity, which access is at a universal level. There's also been a noticeable increase in the regular removal of refuse by local authority. In 2022, about 2/3 or 66.3% of households in the country had their refuse removed by a local authority once a week, compared to 52% in 1996. In this regard, we call upon South Africans to join the program to keep our country clean and free from litter by participating in the municipal cleaning and greening initiatives taking place across the country. These initiatives have already created more than 37,000 work opportunities, and they are aimed at clearing the 7,251 illegal dumping hotspots in communities across the country, including cleaning of the streets, cleaning of the coastal areas, and the revitalization of the parks. Honorable House Chair, in an economy that is moving to become digital, the census data also shows how technology and the internet has transformed society. The percentage of households without internet access has dropped dramatically from 64.8% in 2011 to 21.1% in 2022. More people can access the internet for learning, working, and creating. This technological change has also improved access to information and services, leading to more equality and inclusion. Government is also progressing the implementation of phase 2 of the SA Connect program, with 1,000 households already connected with broadband and 1,000 community Wi-Fi hotspots planned to be installed by December 2023. The project has also rolled out infrastructure for internet connectivity that allows households to access internet at cheaper rates. For 249 per month, 49 rands per month, a subscribing household can have unlimited access to robust internet with cheaper data costs as low as 5 rand for a gig per day. It is anticipated that the project will deliver connectivity to more than 5 million households and 32,000 community Wi-Fi hotspots across the country over the next 36 months. The telecommunications companies will soon commence with connectivity of more than 18,000 schools, 943 libraries, 5,731 health facilities, and 8,241 traditional authorities over the next month as part of the social obligations imposed by government during the high demand spectrum auction. Honorable members, South Africa, along the rest of the globe, felt the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the related containment measures. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, employment levels were recorded at 16.4 million in the first quarter of 2020. During the pandemic, the employment levels reached 14.1 million, which meant a reduction of almost 2 million jobs. According to quarterly labor force survey for the third quarter of 2023, the number of employed persons increased by 399,000 to 16.7 million as compared to the second quarter of 2022. This is the 8th consecutive increase in employment since the fourth quarter of 2021, and for the first to surpass the pre-COVID-19 employment levels of 16.4 million. Employment level is not only the indicator of improvement in the labor market. The volume of actual hours worked has also improved drastically post-COVID-19. Despite being in employment, numerous workers had to decrease their working hours due to the repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic, while many others faced job losses. According to the quarterly labor force surveys, total hours worked in the first quarter of 2020 were 1.1% less than in the fourth quarter of 2019 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. There was a significant drop of 28.5% in the number of hours worked between quarter 1 of 2020 and quarter 2 of 2020, equivalent to 2.2 million job losses. All industries showed a decrease in the number of hours worked, with the highest declines in the hours worked per week in private households, and private households sitting at 36.8%, construction 36.6%, community and social services at 33.3%, and mining at 30.5%. Since quarter 4 of 2021, actual hours worked have seen a significant recovery. Total number of hours actually worked per week have so far exceeded pre-COVID-19 levels by 0.8% between quarter 3 of 2019 and quarter 3 of 2023. I must report that all provinces but one have contributed to the 399,000 increases to the number of employed people. We are pleased to report that despite claims that are not supported by evidence, strong contributions to additional jobs comes from KwaZulu-Natal, up by 152,000 jobs, followed by Limpopo, up by 70,000 jobs, Northwest, up by 61,000 jobs, and in Mpumalanga. It is not the Western Cape. And this indicates the gradual but steady realization of the goal of Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Program, the ERRP, of rebuilding better, stronger, and inclusively. This government has achieved these gains with 62 million people living in South Africa and about a quarter of them living in Gauteng, which, being an economic hub, happens to attract many people from within the country and other parts of the world. The Northern Cape, with its landmass, remains the least populated. We have faced many challenges and achievements since 1994, but we have always stayed focused on the goal of building a united, prosperous, and equal society that worked for a common good. We are committed to delivering services that build strong and sustainable communities, so that we will keep working for the betterment of our country and our people. Viva South Africa. God bless South Africa.
Thank you. I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the opposition.
House Chair, the census of 2022 was met with massive challenges, both avoidable and unavoidable. The global pandemic was one such unforeseen obstacle. However, the consistent and, one may argue, deliberate underfunding of Statistics South Africa is something we have been lamenting in this House for many years. A census is a critical tool for government to take stock and to foreground government planning in the ever-evolving population. That is why the integrity of the data must be beyond reproach. If a government is to be responsive to the growing needs of its population, then great investments must go into ensuring that the entity is tasked with that responsibility is well-funded and capacitated. Now, delving deeper into the findings of the census and really studying the numbers, we saw that it shows South Africa is a great country with great potential, but let down by a bad government. No one who is truly invested in the future of this country can look at these figures and arrive at the conclusion that the government of the day that has enjoyed 29 years of uninterrupted governance has served our people well. In fact, the opposite is true. The gains we have made have been in spite of the ANC and not because of it. And while our population has increased by 10.3 million people, our economy has not grown since the previous census to meet its needs. This has to be the biggest indictment on the ANC government. A quality education, an opportunity to find meaningful work, and access to basic services is the surest way to ensure that South Africans live a life of dignity. Under this government, they do not. And no fudging of the numbers will convince anyone of otherwise. They do not need to be sold a well-painted picture, Minister. They experience the poverty and joblessness every single day. Now, let's look at the numbers. Youth unemployment. South Africa continues to have a young population of a medium age of 28 years old. But this government has failed young people the most, with 6 out of 10 young people without work. I often wonder if Lama Qabane of the oldest liberation movement on the continent even understand the indignity of ukungaphangeli komntu omtsha. Abantu abatsha bayanqunga imihla nezolo kumakhaya wabo bephelelwe lithemba lokuba bangaze bawufumane na umsebenzi, but batsho ke bona ke bathi bangawo Maqabane, we're the oldest liberation movement on the continent, but benza ntoni with that accolade? While the number of learners in schools have increased to 73.4, a commendable feat, Minister, it is completely undermined by the fact that over 80% of learners in grade 4 cannot read for meaning. Just the other day, the Basic Education Deputy Minister, Regina Mahaule, justified or tried to justify in this House that the reason why we are performing so poorly is because we are measuring ourselves against developed countries. What a devastating admission that this government does not believe that our children or the children in this country are deserving of the best education the world has to offer. The ANC is only content with shackling an entire group of children to an education that will never allow them any jobs in the market one day. This is another generation of poor Black children who have to accept the scraps that this government is prepared to offer them. According to the census, 94% of South Africans have access to electricity. But once again, Minister, this is undermined, and it is the cruelest of form of punishment, because people may have access to the electricity, but they never have electricity at all. The corruption by this organization has meant that ESCOM cannot deliver electricity as people need. In fact, this year, as of August, South Africans have sat in the dark for 1,300 hours, which is almost 2 months collectively. And this is not just about being able to switch the lights on and off. This is a crisis that has destroyed small businesses, that has plunged most South Africans deeper into poverty, and once again has made people join the unemployment queues. This inconvenience, this is not just an inconvenience, but it is a matter of life and death for many people. The ANC will also tell us about how much piped water they've provided. According to the census, the percentage of households with access to piped water have halved, which is again commendable, but again, a cruel, cruel, cruel indictment when people have access to piped water, but the piped water is dirty, the piped water is undrinkable, or in some instances in the province where I come from, people share drinking water with animals. Instead of committing to building bulk water infrastructure that will be suitable and sustainable for years to come, amakhom akisana imali, like we saw in the Giyani water project, njengomzekelo. That project went into the millions because of greed, because of selfishness, and because of a criminal disregard for the community who have looked to this government for assistance okokoko kwango 94. Now, I want to turn my attention to the people who matter the most, the South Africans at home. I want to say that not all hope is lost. South Africa is a great country with great potential that is let down by a bad government. And that is why the Western Cape has leading in all of these indicators. It is not by accident. It is not by accident. It is because of a government that is committed to serving instead of stealing. It is because of a government that is committed to serving instead of stealing. The Western Cape has the lowest unemployment rate in South Africa. These are not just figures. These are brothers and sisters and mothers who are able to provide for their family. Over and above this, we have invested 1.2 billion rand on the basic education of young children, because we do not want to see another generation of young Black children who are shackled in poverty like this government is only too happy to have. I want to say, South Africa, help is on the way.
Thank you
Change
very
your
much.
vote,
Your time
change
is
your
up.
government, and change
Thank-
your lives.
Honorable members, heckle but don't shout, please. Yo, Mamente. No.
Siyabulela, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, masibulise ko-Commander-in-Chief, the commissars, the ground forces, and thank all the 1 million members of society who have registered to vote for the EFF. House Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters welcome the 2022 census results. And we want to take this opportunity to commend the excellent work done by the Statistician General and in delivering the fourth census since the first one was conducted in 1996. We take this opportunity to commend the hundreds of field workers and everyone who took part in the census 2022 under the leadership of the SG Risenga Maluleko. Thank you very much, Budi. Most importantly, we were encouraged by the fact that this was the first 100% digital multi-mode option for data collection, wherein there was use of face-to-face, telephonic, and web-based options. And we wish that other organizations such as the IEC can strengthen their use of digital platforms and campaigns to research as many of our young people as possible to register to vote, in as much as we have seen with the SG and the census. Now, in preparation for the EFF government of 2024, the EFF and its leadership engaged with the results of the 2022 census presented by the SG and our last Central Elections Task Force meeting, convened by our Commander-in-Chief, and we're happy to see that the Stats SA's efforts to make the data accessible as possible to all stakeholders, including opposition parties, such non-partisan conduct is commendable. He must never allow himself to be an object of the ANC. We know that there has been a deliberate decapacitation of the Statistician General's office. The budget continues to be cut for irrational and senseless reasons. Highly skilled people have been resigning in recent years, and their positions were never filled properly. We have been the only party asking the Treasury Office, what do you want to achieve by cutting a budget of the Statistics Office? Because only through science you can deliver a government properly and successfully. We have called on members of this House to reject any prospects of budget cuts at the office of the SG. House Chair, we know and have accepted that the government and the governing party has no appreciation of the value of officials in the Statistician Office, and therefore we call upon the members of this House to never allow budget cuts to the office of the SG. And the House Chair, as we conclude, we are always guided by science when we make policies. In absence of knowing the numbers of this country, we are unable to make any legislation, and we are unable to pronounce on any policies, because without knowing which household needs water, without knowing which household doesn't have electricity, without knowing how many children cannot access school, we cannot sit here and speak to ourselves. Simply because the ministers and the cabinet of the ANC, their children are in private schools. They do not care. They will sit in cabinet and process a budget cut and even adopt it. Unfortunately, for general membership is not the same. Their children, they still cannot go to school. Their children go to bed hungry. And then unemployment is rising in South Africa. It's not me, it's the numbers. And unfortunately, the SG had to declare the census and its result just before election. South Africa, you must know, Unemployment in South Africa is uncontrollable. Young people do not work in South Africa. Guyana still does not have water. And Guyana's water boreholes corruption is still not investigated to date. The ministers
And
that are
thank you
implicated
very
in that
much.
corruption are still not arrested to date. We
you.
need the SG's
Honorable
office to
member,
be
your time
capacitated.
is
Thank you
up.
very
Thank
much.
you.
The national chairperson.
Honorable Machosi.
Thank you, Honorable House
Mkalipi,
Chairperson.
don't do that. Proceed, Honorable Machosi.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I rise today on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party to offer our response to the Minister in the Presidency statement on the results of the Census 2022. The Census is not just a statistical exercise. It is a reflection of the heartbeat of our nation, and its findings shape the tragedy of our collective future. While we appreciate the efforts of the government in conducting the census, we cannot ignore the alarming revelation of more than 31% of our population was not accounted for in the 2022 count. This significant undercount is deeply troubling and demands our immediate attention. Every unaccounted individual represents a story untold, a voice unheard, and a potential need unaddressed. Of particular concern is the omission of farmers and farm workers, a substantial portion of our population that plays a vital role in sustaining our nation. The unrepresentation of these essential contributors raises questions about the accuracy of demographic data, which is crucial for informed policy making and resource allocation. The concentration of resources between KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, as revealed by the census, is also a matter that warrants scrutiny. While these provinces are populous, we must ensure that our nation resources are distributed equitably, addressing the unique needs of each region. Furthermore, the deadline in public participation is indicative of a broader issue. A growing lack of faith in government processes, high crime rates, as mentioned by the Honorable Minister, contribute to citizens' reluctance to engage with census field workers. As public representatives, it is our duty to address this crisis of confidence. In response to these challenges, the IFP advocates for a comprehensive review of census methodologies, embracing innovative approaches, leveraging technology, and fostering community engagement can enhance the accuracy and inclusivity of future counts. We also stress the importance of public-private participation to bolster outreach efforts and rebuild trust in the census process. While we acknowledge the valuable insights provided by the census, we must confront its limitations head-on. As a party, we remain committed to working collaboratively to address these challenges to ensure a more accurate representation of our diverse population in future censuses. Honorable Chair, the IFP reiterates that government cannot address the needs of a nation whose blood it does not understand, and you cannot understand a nation you do not know. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dana.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Chair, no census is ever a full and accurate count of the number of people in a country. Rather, it is in itself an estimate of the size of the population at any moment in time. Especially in the case of any census undertaken in South Africa, with the sheer number of citizens and non-citizens, different living conditions, socio-economic circumstances, and other factors such as language, employment, and more. The Minister is of the opinion that the Census 2022 was a successful project that proves the fairy tale of a successful government that she told us here today. Maar kom ons bepaal ons eerder by die feite. The undercount of more than 30%, which is higher than the world average, is a worrying number, which leaves a bright red question mark about the accuracy and the implications of the Census 2022 data. With nearly 31% of the population and 30% of households not counted, this is the highest undercount of any post-apartheid census survey done to date. So the Minister's statements on the wonderful successes of the ANC are not at all that accurate. According to the post-enumeration survey, which is done immediately after any census with the goal of determining how many people were not counted and to enable Stats SA to make the necessary adjustments and basically manage the undercount, it is safe to say that adjusting for an undercount of more than 30% may yield some confounding results. just as confounding as the claims made during the opening of this debate. En hoe dan gemaak as die beskikbare sensusdata, data wat miljarde gekos het om saam te stel, nie voldoende is nie? Sonder behoorlike, akkurate en betroubare data kan geen begrotings- en ontwikkelingsbeplanning behoorlik geskied nie. Nie net deur die regering nie, maar ook deur die privaat sektor, akademie en nie-regeringsorganisasies om enkele rolspelers te noem wat gebruik maak van hierdie belangrike inligting. Dit is dus uiters belangrik dat alles moontlik gedoen word om die akkuraatste moontlike sensusdata te bekom. Behalwe vir verskeie probleme wat gedurende die 2022 opname ondervind is, wat insluit maar nie beperk is nie tot foutiewe toestelle, dataprobleme, veldwerkers wat nie betaal is nie, veldwerkers wat hulle mandaat verkeerd verstaan het of oorskry het, ontoeganklikheid van woonhuise se erwe, asook woonstel- en meentuiskomplekse, onwilligheid van sekere burgers om aan die proses deel te neem en legio ander redes, bestaan daar ook wêreldwyd 'n tendens van mense wat nie meer aan massa meningsopnames wil deelneem nie. Dit beteken dat die wyse waarop sensusdata versamel word in die toekoms heroorweeg sal moet word. 'n Sensus behels egter nie net populasiesyfers nie. Verskeie ander datastelle word ook gedurende hierdie opname ingewin, wat so stukkies van 'n legkaart die prentjie van die Suid-Afrikaanse samelewing, sy sosio-ekonomiese omstandighede en uitdagings, huislike omstandighede, migrasie en indiensnamepatrone, as ook verbruikerspatrone belig. The language section, for instance, highlights the importance of mother tongue language use in our communities. According to the 2022 survey results, the most spoken languages in South Africa are isiZulu, isiXhosa, and Afrikaans as the top 3 in that order. English being only the 5th most spoken language in the country. This means that the majority of South Africans mostly speak an indigenous mother tongue language and not English. This highlights the importance and need for mother tongue education, something that the ANC government has been failing to institute and promote for 30 years, regardless of what the minister advertised here on behalf of the ANC. Why do we go through the trouble of doing the research if we are not going to heed the results? Thus, House Chair, it is not only of great importance that census data is accurately collected and presented. The way in which this data will be collected in the future must also be reconsidered. En die belangrikste van alles is dat beplanning, besteding, regering en bestuur by die Suid-Afrikaanse samelewing moet aanpas en nie andersom nie. Ek dankie.
Dankie, Honorable Thring.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ACDP would like to place on record our thanks and appreciation for the efforts of the Census 22 workers, which resulted in the compilation of these results. The ACDP notes that the 2022 census was 100% digitalized, and that South Africa's population on the 2nd of February 2022 stood at over 62 million, up from 51.8 million in 2011, reflecting a population increase of 19.8%. Furthermore, the census results revealed that there were 17.8 million households in Census 22, an increase of 23.4% from 2011. The ACDP also notes that access to electricity for lighting in South Africa went from 58.1% in 1996 to 94.7% in 2022, and over 4/5 of households in the country had access to pipe water either inside their dwelling or inside their yard. And while these statistics are welcomed, what the ACDP indicates is that it is sad that the many great strides made in increasing access to water and electricity have been eroded by high unemployment, poverty, inequality, corruption, and crime, with a declining quality of education and a crumbling infrastructure. It is equally disconcerting that almost 30 years after the dawn of our democracy, this government continues to perpetuate a focus on racial classification, much like the previous apartheid regime. The ACDP positions that the outcomes of this census must be used to improve the lives, livelihoods, and socio-economic standing of all South Africans, irrespective of race, color, language, religion, or ethnicity. The 19.8 5% increase in population and resultant increase in households should sound alarm bells to this ANC-led government, who have failed to grow our economy sufficiently over the last decade. They have failed to provide decent housing to growing households. They have failed to provide jobs to our millions of unemployed, particularly the youth. The increase in population means that more schools, hospitals, clinics, houses, roads, dams, power stations need to be built to accommodate the growing population. For this to happen, we need leaders capable of steering our economy on an upward trajectory, leaders who are ethical, moral, trustworthy, and certainly not corrupt. The ACDP has such leaders, which is why 2024 will see a shift towards the ACDP. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM. Chawe Ukona. Okay. ATM. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Maybe we should do a census 2023 on what is happening in Palestine and how many children have been massacred, how many women have been massacred, how many of those in the hospital were massacred in cold blood by the barbaric state of Zionist Israel. And then it begs to ask the question, do we have, or is every human being really human? Because some people feel nothing, not touched, nothing, absolutely no movement in them, despite the fact that they see women and children and many others
point of order.
being massacred. Chairperson, on the issue of the census 2022, should I sit?
I saw a hand. Yes, I saw, sorry.
Oh, thank you.
May take your seat. Dr. Corney Mulder?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Once again, the Honourable Sheikh Imam finds it impossible to talk about the subjects on the order paper. Once again, he is referring to issues that has been discussed in Parliament.
Honourable Mulder, what is your point of order?
My point of order is that the Honourable Sheikh Imam, that the Honourable Sheikh,
wait,
ma'am, there are certain rules in Parliament, and while one member is busy with a point of order, others should not interrupt, like Mr. Mandela.
Yes, I'm being disturbed. I hear that. Can you please come with your point of order, Dr. Mulder?
Yes, the point of order is that the Honourable Sheikh Imam has recently started with a process where he ignores the order paper and he's talking about things that are not being discussed at that moment, which is not relevant to the discussions at the moment. It's a question of irrelevance under the circumstances. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Can we allow the honourable member to connect? We are not sure if it's irrelevant at this stage. Please proceed, honourable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Mulder's got a problem, and his problem is that he's used to the ideas of wanting to dictate and have that boss mentality where he is the boss and others are their workers. That is his problem.
Chair, point of order, Chair.
But anyway, coming back
Point
to
of
this,
order.
Chairperson, in
Point
terms
of
of
Honourable
Census
Sheikh Imam.
22, 1 million people
Honourable
are
Sheikh
born.
Imam, please take your seat.
I rise
Honourable Swart.
On Rule 85, that the member is casting aspersions against another member. And I would ask you also, Chair, to rule on the point of relevancy yet again. Thank you.
May I say, we don't even listen, we just immediately come with point of order. Yes, the rules are there, but we have to be sure that what they are saying is actually irrelevant. Because you always do preambles, and in your preambles, you go all over before you come to the issue. So why should I today immediately rule him out of order? So, honourable members, allow Honourable Sheikh Imam to proceed.
Point of order, Chair. I'm sorry. My apologies to interrupt the Speaker, but the first point of order related to casting aspersions on the Honourable Mulder, casting aspersions in what the Honourable Member said.
I will check on the casting of aspersions. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Birds of a feather flock together. Now, Chairperson, South Africa has a population increase of 1 million every year. And I think Census 22 gives us an opportunity to identify, together with the rise in the population, what are the needs of the country and its people and how we should address them. Now, I hear some members come to this podium when we talk about this one didn't do that and that one didn't do that. Let me tell you, in the Western Cape, more and more people today are homeless. While this Western Cape government takes the land and sells it to its friends in America and all these foreign countries, okay, that is what they do. They don't care about the poor in this country. That's why if you talk about the most unequal society, Western Cape is the most unequal province anywhere in the country. There's no doubt about it. If you look at the latest crime statistics, the latest crime statistics in terms of murder, rape, gang violence, gender-based violence, it's pointing to the Western Cape. No doubt about it. Because they spend their money for the rich and the affluent, and they ignore the poorest of the poor. That is the point. So don't come here and grandstand as if you're giving a better quality of life. No, indeed, you're not. Clearly, I can assure you, you're not giving. And Chairperson, something that we need to address, even from a national perspective, the sale of the land in this particular province to foreign nationals. You know, there's a video floating around about the corruption with the loans that they took from the United States and how they're selling this province out. So I hope that will be also investigated. But be that as it may, Census 22 gives us an opportunity to address the needs of this country, find solutions, and uplift the living conditions of our people, the national tree. But thanks the statement that has been made by the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we proceed to Honorable Jafta?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the recent Stats SA Census survey results were released 12 years after the last survey, which was conducted in 2011. At the time, there were 51.7 million South Africans. The recent results revealed that there are now 62 million South Africans. 28 million of this population receive social welfare grants. The sharp increase, averaging an annual growth rate of 1.8% since 1996, is the first of its kind. The corresponding effect is likely to affect the social and economic status of ordinary South Africans. With strained resources and increasing social welfare system, the social decay of scarce resources is likely to obtain. The long-term results of this survey in a province like Gauteng, which is the only province with the highest population, will be dire. For instance, we are likely to witness social dislocation, rampant crime, and resource jostling in the province. Despite this, there are also benefits to this survey. It reveals a population boom in the region of youthful population. In economies with booming youthful populations, there is a corresponding benefits for such economies. If the demographic and population increase is properly harnessed, the right policy and institution actions taken, it will help create the conditions for a high growth demographic dividend. The other benefit arising from this survey is that they help policymakers to recalibrate developmental projection to develop new economic and social reforms to respond to a growing population. We must therefore, Honorable Chairperson, provide improved education and skills of young people so as to allow them to fill the resulting labor force gap and invest in planning and setting up a conducive environment for development. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Before we proceed, honorable members, I don't have much of a problem with people that come into the platform and maybe they forgot to unmute. But let me warn those that press they unmute themselves to take part in a debate where they are not supposed to, you will be taken out immediately, like the one that happened now with Honorable Sitlolo. So please don't do that. If you do that, I'll take you out immediately. ICT will take you out. It's not like you forgot to unmute. You just press to talk when I am busy and we are busy in the house. Yeah. Honorable Shabalala, please mute. And you are not talking, somebody's talking. We are in the house. Let's respect these gadgets that we use. We must take ourselves to be in the house. Let me proceed to cope. PAC.
No statement, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, would like to thank the Minister for his statement. A lot of work must have gone into it, and we thank him for his leadership and the leaders of the Cabinet, so that South Africa now has a good idea of the census statistics. These statistics will help us with the next budget, Honorable House Chair. It will also help political parties to formulate their manifesto promises in the next election. And for Al-Jamaa, we are going to use the information to go to our constituencies and then push for full employment with decent work in terms of the ILO Convention on Decent Work. And then we're also going to look at the problems we have with water. And we want to change the constitution that there must be a right to water and not only access to water. You can't give people access to water as a constitutional right and they must walk 10 kilometers for the water. They must have a right to water whenever they need it. So that will be an early heads up on Al-Jamaa's manifesto, full employment, and also coupled with decent work. And also we're going to change the constitution and we're going to use the census information. And that's why we thank the Minister for the statement. The census statistics will help us a lot to improve our position and to win more seats in Parliament and the different provinces. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Danji.
Thank you, House Chair. Nkosi mphathiswa ngesi statement usibekileyo apha phambi ndingene apha. It really represents good news to a point where akukho kwabhati against the good news. Qha benze ezinye izinto. Siza kwenza le nto siyiqhelileyo ke sesiqalile siphakathi kwabantu mos. Senza door to door. Sobaxelela ngemicelimngeni yethu, sobaxelela ngeendaba ezimnandi ze-census. Khwarube. The Census 22 outcomes are a critical indicator for the nation to assess progress of a democratic government. Our constitution implores us to address the injustice of the past, addressing the legacy of colonialism and the exclusion of Black and African majority from accessing basic services such as water, adequate human settlement, access to electricity, access to education, and many social economic rights enshrined in the constitution is a priority of the ANC. We commend the work done by Stats SA under the most difficult conditions. We must state that Stats SA undertook this census leveraging digital technology, which has led to savings of over 2.2 billion rand if the census was undertaken through traditional means. This is a significant milestone demonstrating aspects of the agility of the state. As a nation, we should not affirm a false narrative that argues that South Africa is not a better place. The evidence we get from the census, based on the information from the people, tell us a good story, Khwarube. South Africa is indeed a better country. Relative to other nations in the continent, we have made significant strides. The Census 2022 debunks the opposition narrative.
Honorable Danji. Please take your seat. What is it, Honorable McClure?
House Chair, I'm just checking whether it's parliamentary to call a member on her name or surname.
Honorable Member, yes, it should be Miss Kwahube. Ngibize kahle. Angisiyo umXhosa. Hayi baba ibize kahle babdanji. And umbize honorable or
Enkosi
Miss.
ndizawuhlala apha kuye because ikhona into efuneka ndimshiye nazo apha. Ngiye-emotion, let me date McGlue. The census 2022 debunks the opposition narrative, at times supported by sections of the Fourth Estate, which sometimes alleges that South Africa to be a failed state. There is no shred of evidence which points to our state trajectory being regressive to an extent of having its characteristics of a failed state. We should be cautious about the assertion of a failed state because it seeks to depict a country that has been a beacon of hope in the development in Africa as a failure. In essence, it is an insinuation of a failure of the African state and its people. We dispel this assertion with the contempt it deserves because it seeks to erase the progressive social transformation of South Africa. Addressing the injustice of the colonial past will not be reversed only in 30 years. The African National Congress have placed education as an apex priority because social transformation is about empowering the people for self-liberation. The percentage of individuals without schooling has decreased nearly threefold, from 19.1% in 1996 to 6.9% in 2022. This is a tremendous improvement which improves the literacy of the country. In 2022, more than 14 million individuals aged 20 years and older had completed secondary education. Our housing program since 1994 has led to restoring the dignity of many South Africans. We should also note that the number of households since 1996 has doubled from 9.1 million to 17.8 million as the population grows. Empirical evidence reflects improved human settlements conditions, with households residing in informal settlements increasing from 65% in 1996 to 88% in 2022. This is progress. Relative to Rwanda, and I choose that country, the majority of the private households in Rwanda is 65%, which reside in planned rural settlements called Umudugudu. About 15% are found in the dispersed, isolated housing settlements, while 9% in spontaneous squatter settlements. As a nation, we are currently experiencing load shedding, which has a detrimental impact on our economy and social life. The current problems have taught us a particular lesson related to planning for additional generation of capacity as electricity demand grows and ensuring sufficient maintenance is done consistently. Census 22 tells us that electricity lighting has increased from 58% in 1996 to 94% in 2022. Relative to Rwanda, again, access to electricity by private households currently in Rwanda is 61%, 47 on grid and 14 on solar panels. We can confidently say that in the coming years, South Africa will have universal access to electricity. Access to water has increased, with 82% of households having access to pipe water. The government has prioritized the Eastern Cape and Limpopo through mega projects, infrastructure development projects for bulk water and bulk reticulation developments. The problem we need to address with urgency is ensuring that there is a consistent supply of clean water, as water interruption has an impact on the economy and the quality of life. The census has also indicated that internet penetration over the period from 2011 to 2022 has significantly increased due to technological development in the world, with over 60% of South Africans having an internet connection. Statistics South Africa also reported challenges faced in executing the Census 2022 under COVID-19 conditions. We applaud the resilience of Stats SA in ensuring the nation gets this valuable data, which will heighten efforts of transformation. The Western Cape DA, this Western Cape run DA, experienced delays which required multiple interventions. We also concerned about the discrimination experienced by Census 22 field workers in some instances due to racial connotations in the Western Cape, not in any other province. We condemn racial discrimination as it undermines our efforts to build a non-racial society. Let's go to the undercount. The net undercount, Honorable Dan and Honorable Majosi, of households at 30.49% was addressed through United Nations acclaimed methods to identify those who were omitted or counted more than once during census taking. It's a universal approach. A post-enumeration survey is an independent survey conducted immediately after census as part of the quality of the evaluation for the census. It evaluates the quality of census data by measuring the extent of coverage and content errors. The persons that were missed, listen to this, the persons that were missed were accounted for, and the account was adjusted. Just get it. The same UN methods are used to assure the quality of key variables and check the veracity of the data. The Independent South African Statistics Council has also affirmed the validity of the Census 2022. Any attempt to discredit Census 2022 outcome is due to an unpatriotic desire from the opposition parties who do not want to acknowledge progress of this government. Just on that undercount, if I were to choose 3 provinces, you would have had an undercount in the Northern Cape due to vastness of that province. You had an undercount in KZN due to disasters. But listen to this. You had an undercount in the Western Cape, DA-run Western Cape, due to man-made problems. In the Western Cape, where field workers could not go to white areas because they were black. This is the Western Cape. And in fact, if we're to go back to you just on housing, during the time when the ANC was running in this province, every year it built 42,000 housing opportunities. For 15 years, when the DA is running, it's only building 8,000 housing opportunities. Just see the difference. So we could have been more in terms of this issue of housing. The member who spoke about DA run is out now here. I wanted him to hear together with you, so that you must not try and trivialize and think that the good news must not be good news because it comes, the person who's, the government that is leading is the ANC government.
Honorable Danji, just take your seat for a while.
I still have time.
What point are you raising on, Honorable Whitfield?
Will the Honourable Janchi be prepared to take a question?
Honorable Danji, are you prepared to take a question?
I just want to quickly do this and I'll give him that. And so that's the point I want to make, but also we welcome the work done by patriotic South Africans and the fact that there was a donation of 139,000 tablets to schools in different provinces done by Stats SA. Just before I take the question of that member, listening to the EFF and the colleagues who are in the committee will say that, Honorable Mani, I missed the points that you raised there. It looked like it's a different, it's either you went there without a mandate, that such a speech today is completely different from the critical issues that you would have raised. I was looking forward to that. But what I got here was something completely different from the EFF. Amen, man, please. Whitfield, what is your question?
Unfortunately, your time is up. Thank you very much.
No, House Chair, I've got the question ready. Does the Honourable Janchi know how many million South African children are currently starving?
Honorable Whitfield, the member's time is up, unfortunately. Honorable Minister, your time to close the debate.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Let's start by acknowledging and appreciating that everybody agrees that the census data is reflective of the situation in South Africa. Even the Honorable Kharube acknowledges that. She then goes and claims that the developments are in spite of government, but she forgot to check the performance indicators that are measured by Census 2022. It's water, access to electricity, access to health, housing, education, refuse removal. Do I need to point out that majority and bulk of those are delivered by government? Therefore, it is with this government that has delivered. The ANC has delivered a greatest performance. And I also need to appreciate that we are all in agreement and the opposition parties have joined us, and the message that has been led strongly by our Deputy Minister Morolo of the increased funding of Stats SA, because we have been saying there are other indicators that are not being funded, like the performance and contributions of SMME into the economy, which is mostly undercounted and undervalued. And we have said it's only if there can be an increase in funding that Census Statistics SA will be able to conduct such surveys and therefore fully account for the contribution of the majority of Black South Africans into the economy when you quantify the work done by the informal sector and small medium sector, which is predominantly dominated by women, youth, and Black people in general. So, Honorable House Chair, let me also deal with the story that youth unemployment, there's nothing that's happening with it. I don't think I need to organize through the Minister of Basic Education a retraining about reading, because it's not only the grade 4s that are not reading for meaning, it's also some honorable members of the House, and we'll come and talk about this. And then youth unemployment in quarter 4 alone, in quarter 3 alone, saw a decrease in by 1.9% from the previous quarter. And the previous quarter had also registered a decrease in youth unemployment by 1.5%. And then in the third quarter, we have received a 237,000, can I repeat the number? 237,000 young people have gained employment, and that rose. That rose the total number of employed youth in the country to 6 million youth in employment. And it's not me, it's the quarterly labor force survey, quarter 3. We must read it in its completeness. And correctly, the so-called Western Cape Great Performance must be measured correctly, Honorable Kwarube, by the progress of our poorest and weakest. They say we're as strong as our weakest link. And let me just take one indicator, and this was raised by Honorable Sheikh Imam. Informal dwelling in the Western Cape was 16.7% in 1996 and has declined to only 11.1% in 2022. The reason for such a slow decline is because those affected by informal dwelling are located in Langa, in Nyanga, Kayalicha, Guguletu, Delft, Elsis, Nordwalk, Michel's Plain, Valhall Park, Pelican Park, Imzamoyetu, in Hood Bay, amongst others. Why? Because where the DA it governs to improve the lot of white people only and the rich. And where do they come from? They come from South Africa. They are South Africans. We have one country, and immigration, you are not even the largest in the Western Cape recipient of immigration. Gauteng is the largest that receive immigration. So where do they come from? It's because you believe that in South Africa, other category of people are called foreigners when they come from another province. No, we are all South Africans and we are equal. We are not dreaming on, and I don't think we understood why we do and it's not bad. We must be commended as South Africa and the government for pegging ourselves amongst the best in the world. South Africa, in terms of educational tests and statistics and assessment, we're the only developing country that participates amongst other developed world in terms of measuring the performance of our learners. We are measured against Australia, Canada, the United States of America, Europe. And when we come last, it's not because we are the worst. We are competing with the best in the world, and that shows that we are not settling for less. we challenge ourselves to deliver higher and push ourselves higher. And it shows that we don't want to tell ourselves lies. We don't want to claim easy victories. Our goals are the highest and are set against the best. And we must tell you that even with the registration numbers that you've seen with the young people who are registering, they acknowledge that they've gone to school funded by NEFSAS. They have gone to school, and NEFSAS did not only fund their education, it funded their accommodation, it gave them food, it gave them transport, and everything to enable them to get work and be equipped for the future. And with that, young people understand that as opportunities for employment and also opportunities to start creating their own businesses, young people of South Africa will remain supporting and voting for the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, there is a convention in this house that members in the gallery cannot clap. Unfortunately, it's a member sitting there. I mistaken you for that. I don't think the chief whip gave you the permission to sit in the gallery. As we proceed, I will ask the secretary. That concludes the responses to the statement. Thank you. I will ask the secretary to read the first order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs.
Thank you very much. Before I call on the chief whip, may I recognize you?
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you very much. There's been a request for declarations. Let me just remind members, all the budget review recommendations report is only 2 minutes each party. So let's agree to that. And may I now call on the DA?
Chairperson, appearing before this House in the year 2023 to raise the issue of Home Affairs network that is often offline demonstrates a lack of commitment from the Minister and his department. It was very embarrassing to receive calls on Friday, the 17th of November from frantic residents from various parts of our country advising that the system was offline just a day before the IEC registration weekend. This caused panic to a lot of citizens who wanted to get their documentation to be able to vote the ANC government out. What is more concerning is that 4 years after the Minister Mutsoaledi made a commitment on the 17th of July 2019 that, I quote, the department will improve system functionality through the introduction of an offline mode facility, which will continue rendering services to clients even if the system is offline, close quote. The minister has failed to deliver on his promise. His term of office is nearing its end and we're still talking about system offline, and there is no tangible solution in place. Citizens lose hours of work because of the system that is always offline. Minister, your department has failed dismally to address the issue of people who are charging applicants for a spot in the front of the queue at various Home Affairs offices. Those who can afford to pay who cannot afford to pay will always be pushed back to the queue. Chairperson, this very same department boasts about purchasing 100 mobile units, and to date we have not been furnished with a schedule to be able to conduct oversight, and all our requests have been ignored. The big question is, Minister, what are you hiding? Chairperson, we also call on the IEC to urgently deal with the issue of demarcation. During the first IEC registration weekend, we learned that some residents have been registered to vote in a VT that is between 3 and 5 kilometers away from their area of residence. The majority of people from our communities won't be able to reach those VTs. This is also disconcerting.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Thank you.
We call on all voters to vote for the DA.
The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the EFF rejects the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. The reality is that the Department of Home Affairs is one of the worst run departments in the country. Almost all the offices across the country are lined with snaking queues from morning till afternoon because of inefficiencies and inability to deliver services promptly. Applications for IDs, birth registration, and asylum applications take months to be finalized. The asylum and refugee units within the department are breeding grounds for corrupt men and women. The minister has known about these problems for years, and to date, he has not initiated a single program to deal with the inefficiencies of the department. He just makes noise and has no impact whatsoever on the work of the department. The greatest crime of this department, however, relates to its failures to ensure that all eligible South Africans have identity documents. Thousands of our countrymen and women in rural areas do not have ID documents. This leaves them outside of the benefits due to citizens in the country. They cannot vote and they cannot access other benefits. Lastly, the department must rein in the IEC and stop them from using ANC comrades at SATU to preside over elections. Those are not people capable of presiding. They only know about papsak and voter fraud. The elections next year will be the most important since 1994, and we must do all in our power to ensure that they are free from manipulation and that the EFF's election doesn't get stolen by this ANC or the DA here in the Western Cape. Thank you very much. We reject this report.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chairperson, this BRRR simply underscores what we already know, that the Department of Home Affairs is broken. This department has been crippled by corruption, a lack of fit-for-purpose staff, doesn't have an adequate budget, and it's been unable to modernize. It is notorious for its long queues and its systems being offline. The recent spotlight on hijacked buildings, cross-border crimes, zamas, and illegal businesses run by illegal foreigners who sell poisonous goods to our children has once again confirmed that this department has overseen the collapse of the immigration system. This was affirmed by our minister, who recently said that his department has got absolutely no idea how many foreign nationals are within our borders. Imagine a Department of Home Affairs not knowing how many foreign nationals are moving inside of our borders. It's an absolute disgrace. As the IFP now approaches 2024, this IFP stands ready to govern in KZN and beyond. The IFP will put South Africans first by ensuring that no-skill and low-skill job opportunities are reserved for South Africans, as well as the spaza shop industry. We will provide sufficient funding for the Border Management Authority. We will fund a standalone immigration inspectorate with staff, and we will call for harsh sentences for Department of Home Affairs staff who sell our documents. We will call for a freeze on all visas obtained by foreign nationals and allow for a 6-month review period to ensure that the fraudulent visas are cleared out of the system. Simply put, we will pick up the baton to modernize and fix the Department of Home Affairs, just like its former minister, the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, tried to do before the ANC-led government broke this department and so many other state institutions. Thank you.
Chairperson, can I ask the member a question, please? Honourable members already left the podium and the time has expired. Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In the review process of the department's budget, one should consider the mission of the department, namely to ensure the efficient determination and safeguarding of the identity and status of citizens, and the regulation of migration to ensure security and fulfill the South Africa's international obligations. But Chair, while digging into the mission of the department, images of long queues at Home Affairs offices, challenges with the issuing of travel documents, work permits, and birth certificates comes to mind, as well as open borders, illegal immigration, and an underfunded Border Management Authority. With the staffing level of approximately 36%, no proper services could be rendered, in the result that the department is failing its mandate. Chair, the Independent Electoral Commission should be capacitated to ensure a free and fair election in 2024. Voorsitter, die verslag voor die huis vandag lig nie al die werklike omvang van die onvermoë van die departement uit om te voldoen aan sy grondwetlike mandaat nie. Hierdie toedrag van sake beklemtoon die noodsaak vir 'n regimeverandering na die 2024 verkiesing en daarom kan die VF+ vandag nie hierdie verslag vir die huis steun nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has read the report and appreciates the work that went into it. However, we are all aware, long queues, service delivery challenges, officers offline, and ID books not being issued. One of the most serious indictments against the Department of Home Affairs is the recent Constitutional Court judgment relating to the Immigration Act. Here the court expressed its deep satisfaction what it said was appalling conduct of the department after it took 6 years for remedial legislation to be tabled. The department had attempted to blame the delay on the COVID pandemic and the fired parliament, but the court said this was not acceptable as that took place long after the 24-month deadline. As a sign of the court's displeasure, it ordered both the minister and the DG to pay part of the legal costs personally. The court did accept the minister's explanation that he was totally in the dark about the litigation and the shoddy manner in which it was conducted, this leading the court to order that the legal representatives involved should not charge any fee. I think, again, the chairperson, the ACDP, believes that this is a sad indictment again and illustrates the need for Parliament to closely monitor Constitutional Court deadlines for remedial action. The ACDP would like to commend the Electoral Commission on the relatively successful first voter registration weekend, where over 2 million people visited registration stations and 1 million new registrations took place. The ACDP looks forward to the 2024 elections, when it will field honest, trustworthy, hard-working candidates who understand servant leadership and stewardship of state resources, as opposed to the looting and stealing we have seen so far. There will indeed be a shift to the ACDP. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. ATM. Good. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start off by hoping that the Department of Home Affairs will ensure stringent conditions are put for visas for Israelis wanting to enter South Africa, given their barbaric conduct in Palestine. Now, Chairperson, I hear people complaining about Home Affairs, and I must admit that there's been significant progress at Home Affairs. Let us not deny that. But the question I want to ask my colleagues, if Home Affairs only has 42% of human resource capacity and 25% on immigration, how do you expect them to do justice and provide the service? So what is our responsibility is to ensure that they have this capacity, provide them with the budgets, and then you can demand that they provide better services. But you can't not give them the budget. They don't have the staff, both in immigration, and the entire department is at a 42% capacity. But you're expecting miracles from them. At the same time, I can tell you, if you take the Amgeni Road branch, where I frequently, because you people don't go to this department, you'll only want to talk here. Come with me and I'll show you. Amgeni Road, I'll give you names of Bonga, Mkize, Zandile, Dlamini, I've mentioned them, Estella. Go there and see how you can get, despite the long queues, and yes, is it their fault that the IT system, Chairperson, is not working most of the time? It's not their fault. They want it to work. It's not working. We are not doing enough. We are not doing enough to support these departments so that they can provide a better service. So we need to do a lot more. So let us not come here and keep complaining about it. Let's help them by sorting that out. Now, whether
Honourable
it is
Member.
foreigners... Sorry.
Continue, we have a few seconds left.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports this and calls on government to provide adequate resources to the Department of Home Affairs so that they would have the necessary human resource and things to provide a better service.
Thank you, Honourable
very
Member.
much.
The AIC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The budget review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs contains a number of recommendations insofar as the work of the Department of Home Affairs and its entities is concerned. It is common cause that given the imminence of the 2024 general elections, a lot of emphasis would go to the Independent Electoral Commission. The IEC is a creature of statute. Its legislative obligation includes managing elections at national, provincial, and municipal levels, ensuring elections are free and fair, and declaring electoral outcomes of results within a period prescribed by national legislation. Other important functions of the Commission includes, amongst others, ensuring free and fair elections, as well as promoting conditions conducive to free and fair elections, including maintaining a register of parties and compiling and maintaining a voter's roll. In terms of the BRRR report of the committee, part of the core mandate of the IEC relates to its electoral operations, which is a core function accounting for 3.5 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework. Electoral operations, which involves the procurement, printing, distribution, and warehousing of registration and election material, the procurement of electoral material such as an additional ballot type, the appointment and training of an estimated 350,000 electoral and expansion staff, the maintenance of the voters' roll, technological improvements such as rewriting candidate nomination, ballot generation, and election result system, and the procurement of a building for the IEC National Office are important markers in running organized general elections. This performance indicator
Thank
of
you,
the
Honourable
IEC
Member. Your
must
time
be
has
underpinned by.
expired. The
We
PAC.
support the report, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. The PAC. Al Jama.
No declaration, Chair. No declaration, Chair, from PAC.
Thank you. Al Jama.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, and the Department of Home Affairs Director General has restored the dignity of Muslim women and children by making it easy to put the nikah, that's a Muslim marriage, on the National Population Register with an entry on the South African marriage certificate that this type of marriage is a Muslim marriage. 5 parliaments failed, but the 6th parliament has done the country proud. Now Muslim wives are no longer regarded as whores or prostitutes, and Muslim kids are no longer regarded as bastards. The minister went the extra mile and saved Muslims costs, and they no longer will have to do notarial deeds and marriage contracts because the marriages are out of community property, saving them up to 10,000 rand. This is very helpful for indigent Muslims. Also, the entry on the death certificates can be changed from never married to married. Surviving spouses can also now get South African marriage certificates. This is a success story because of a minister with a heart. Al-Jama supports the budgetary review that we've now been presented by Home Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I want to start by commending the Department of Home Affairs for taking the initiative to open their offices during the voter registration weekend for the collection of ID and registration of temporary IDs. This is a demonstration of their understanding of the importance of facilitating voter registration and ensuring that everyone has an equal opportunity to exercise their right to vote. We applaud the IEC also for conducting a successful incident-free voter registration over the weekend. We urge young people to register to vote and be part of the coming elections in line with the IEC elections theme, Your Democracy, Own It. We want to urge all political parties to allow the IEC to undertake its recruitment freely without any duress. If political parties have reservations about some of the staff recruited in the IEC, I think they know they should do it so within the agreed procedures outlined in the party liaison committees. The ANC supports the BRRR of the portfolio committees upon considering the annual reports of the Department of Home Affairs, the GPW and the IEC, which we received on the 10th of October 2023, and also received a report of the Auditor General on the audit report of the Home Affairs, the IEC and GPW. We noted that the Department of Home Affairs has received 71% of its annual target for the 2023 financial year, as compared to the 69% achievement of 2021-2022 financial year. We urge the BMA to roll out the 46 port of entries by incorporating frontline immigration, port health, agriculture, environmental functions into the BMA. We recommend that the BMA should be better funded for the improvement of border control and management, thus address the border challenges, including the undocumented migrants. The IEC must address the weaknesses raised by the Auditor General in the internal controls around process of compiling and collating performance information reported in the performance report. We know the GPW has a challenge of loss of data. However, the GPW needs to work proactively to ensure that it finalizes its already 2022-2023 annual report as soon as possible, and after receiving its audited report back from the Auditor General's office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Chairperson, can you note the objection of the EFF?
On the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Tourism.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. There's been request of declarations. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Chair. This government decimated tourism during and since the pandemic, resulting in over 450,000 tourism jobs lost. Government has since sat on its hands doing nothing to fix this. The portfolio committees, as well as my own oversight visits, consistently revealed a plethora of tourism sites which are either difficult to access, were unsafe, dilapidated, unmaintained, derelict, and or abandoned. Here too, government continued to sit on its hands. All members of the portfolio committee agree that we need to encourage, grow, and develop tourism in rural areas, townships, and villages. However, this will only happen if this government ensures the required infrastructure that will make this happen in the first place. Tourists will visit these areas only if there is a means to get there, are comfortable and safe when they do get there. Infrastructure such as good roads, access to water and electricity will ensure that new tourism opportunities occur because the infrastructure is in place. Government should create an environment that will make it more attractive and conducive for businesses in the sector to grow and develop. Of particular concern is the Auditor General indicated that financial statements were not prepared in accordance to the PFMA. Additionally, the department did not disclose information that the Auditor General had reported. When it comes to South African tourism, the main concern is a dysfunctional board, an entity that is facing a leadership crisis and operating with the top leadership all in acting positions. This has an impact on the delivery of South African tourism, and the Minister's urged to pay special attention to fix this. However, there's hope, because next year all this will be rescued when the DA takes over as government. I thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you. No, ndolibuwa. Vhathu va Vliefontein, Maila na Vhembe ḽoṱhe vha khou vhudzisa uri vha ḓo dzhenelela hani kha vhubindudzi ha vhuendela mashango kha vhupo ha Vhembe ngeno hu sina maḓi. vhaendela mashango vha hone vha ḓo nwa mini vha ḓo ṱamba nga mini. Vlefontein na Tshitandani ri khou gwedzha dzi toilet nga mabakete zwi khou vhavha nga maanḓa. Nṋe ndo rumiwa fhano phalamennde nga vhathu vho voutelaho EFF na vha songo i voutelaho vhane vha ri zwa zwino vha ḓo i voutela ngauri ndi yone i no ḓa ya vha ambela fhano phalamennde. Vhathu hupfi ndi ḓe ndi vhudzise uri maḓi a Nandoni a ḓo swika lini vhathuni ngauri zwa u tshimbidza mabindu a tourism zwi ṱoḓa maḓi. Tim Harris, a dear former member of parliament, is abusing black professionals at South African tourism. This guy was deployed by DA to work in Patricia de Lille's office when she was a mayor of Cape Town, and today she appointed him to chair the South African Tourism Board, the interim one. DA racism is very much clear at South African tourism. The first thing that DA Kader Tim Harris did when he arrived at South African tourism was to take all powers of authority from black professionals, because according to his DA racist mentality, a black person cannot perform independently without the supervision of the white person. Minister de Lille is not appointing the full board because she is enjoying the racism that is taking place at South African tourism. As EFF, we say all senior posts must be filled and a full board must be appointed instead of a 3-member board of DA friends of Minister Patricia de Lille. Tourism is an economic strategic sector which the ANC has surrendered to DA's Tim Harris. As EFF, we do not support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. We must discuss crucial issues surrounding the performance of South African Department of Tourism and its entity, SA Tourism. The challenge faced by this entity directly impacts how the budget for tourism portfolio is utilized. It is crucial that we explore the governance and operational issues affecting the effective function of these bodies. While the Department of Tourism received an unqualified audit opinion with non-compliance finding for the 2022-2023 financial year, it is disheartening that there has been no improvement from the previous year, persistent until findings on compliance with their legislations are concerning. The IFP is on the view that the cleaning issues needing immediate attention is the prevalence of vacancies within the department. The absence of key personnel raised questions about the expertise needed for compliance with legislations. The agents of SA Tourism to finalize this board appointment could not be overstated. The board must be strongly of expertise, ensuring accurate financial statements, aligning with the reporting framework. Procurement practices must also be critically examined and ratified to enhance transparency and efficiency. In conclusion, while the challenge facing by the South African Department of Tourism and SA Tourism are significant, they are no insurmountable. It is our collective responsibility to address these issues directly, fostering renewal commitment to effective governance, transparency, and collaborations. By doing so, we can pave the way for vibrant and thriving tourism sector benefit all South African. The IFP do support the report.
Thank you. The EFF Plus.
Honourable Chair, South Africa has a countryside to be proud of. The country has all the ingredients for a great vacation recipe, but the recipe keeps on spoiling. The ANC is the reason for the failure of a great recipe where taxpayers cannot enjoy a well-deserved break. The ANC government failed to keep safe and suitable travelling environment. The ANC government failed to keeping the lights on for businesses to operate in. The ANC government failed at local government keeping the environment clean and neat. The ANC government failed at keeping the enjoyable water resources like that of rivers and dams clean and safe. The ANC government failed at ensuring security and peace of mind while taxpayers aren't at home or at a vacation destination. The ANC government failed at keeping a growing economy so that those that work hard can afford a vacation break. The ANC failed at job creation, enabling more people to go on vacation. Honourable Chair, the ANC was successful in creating a country where poverty increased, corruption increased, fraud increased, economic decline, environmental pollution, and a general decay of a potential great country. The governance of the ANC is the part of the recipe that went bad. Only the opposition will be able to rebuild a country nearly destroyed by the ANC. In the 2024 election, the people of the country must choose to rebuild and get rid of the ANC that isn't capable of governing. The ANC is the rot that needs to get rid of to make a successful recipe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP takes note of this report. Tourism is slowly recovering after one of the world's hardest and longest COVID-19 lockdowns. And for tourism to grow, tourists need to be safe in the country. The recent attacks on tourists to the country are deeply concerning. Far more needs to be done to protect our citizens and, of course, tourists. One of the greatest concerns is the state of governance at SA Tourism, where 8 of 12 tourism board members resigned between the 6th and 8th of April this year, after which the board was dissolved, and an interim board was appointed on the 21st of April by the Minister. These governance challenges at SA Tourism must be resolved. One of the recommendations in the report is a cost-benefit analysis of merging SA Tourism and Brand South Africa, and this is something that needs to be considered. The ACDP also commends the Minister on a swift action when the concerns about SA Tourism sponsoring Tottenham Hotspur Football Club at a tune of a huge amount of 910 million rand. And that intervention from the committee and the Minister's intervention led to that being that the proposed deal had been stopped. The ACDP believes that there are a number of issues which can continually be raised by the Portfolio Committee, by the Minister, so that tourism in the nation can reach its full potential, which is not only job creation, but also collecting revenue from foreign tourists that come to the country and, of course, domestic tourism as well. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM.
No declarations, Chair.
Thank you. ATM. Good. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start off by saying that Palestine has a rich cultural heritage, profound history, and natural beauty. However, tourism in Palestine is currently at a standstill because of the barbaric actions of Zionist State of Israel, supported by some of my colleagues in this very House. Now, Chairperson, I think a lot has been done in the country in this particular tourism sector to promote tourism in South Africa. However, the ailing infrastructure, the high levels of crime, is having a negative impact in terms of tourists coming to the country. If you take the Western Cape particularly, where a lot of foreign tourists emerge, and if you look at the latest crime statistics, it's certainly a deterrent. People will not want to come here to the Western Cape, even though we have such beautiful spaces in the entire Western Cape, particularly the city of Cape Town. And if you've seen the number of those that have visited, Chairperson, particularly the Western Cape, and have died because of the high levels of crime. But again, that goes down to the socio-economic conditions of how funds are directed to the rich and the affluent and not to the poor communities. And that is why there is such high levels of crime in this particular province. We must thank the department for, of course, putting a stop, of course, to the sponsorship to Tottenham Hotspurs. I think indeed that is the right thing to have done. And then further to that, we find that the out-of-court settlement that resolved the interdict against the implementation of the 1.2 billion Tourism Equity Fund and the intervention by the community, as I said and spoke about the issue of the Tottenham Hotspurs, augurs well for the department. More importantly, I think the Auditor General have raised certain concerns. We're calling on the department to deal with this, particularly the senior management, which has not been sufficiently.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
implementing
Your time has
procedures. The
expired.
NFP supports this budget report. Thank you.
Thank you. The AIC.
No declaration, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Cope. PAC.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. Al Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the DA cannot be allowed to take over government. Joburg was under white rule and we saw how they messed it up. We cannot allow South Africa next year to be under white rule. Just imagine Honorable Steenhuisen to be the only white person to be president of an African country.
Order, Honourable Members. Order.
A white
Continue, Honourable
government will
Hendricks.
stand with Israel and genocide and take pride in killing babies and march frogging captives naked like they did during the Holocaust. Al-Jamaa is doing his best to save Joburg from white rule, whether it is Action SA or DA. Al-Jamaa works in 50 villages. More must be done to upgrade huts to 7-star status, and I want to engage with Minister and the Deputy Minister to do so in Mapami village, which has a seaside and an ocean teeming with fish. Deputy Minister Kapa gave them a fishing vessel. Minister Delal, please help here. We support this budget review. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Greetings to the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. As a Portfolio Committee on Tourism, we deliberated on the annual and quarterly performance reports of both the Department of Tourism and South African Tourism. The budget recommendations and review report for Vote 38 was adopted by the Portfolio Committee on Tourism on the 20th of October, 2023. The report considered the financial and non-financial performance of both the department and its entity, South African Tourism. Several governance and operational challenges faced both institutions during the period reviewed, resulting in specific recommendations by the Portfolio Committee on Tourism to the Minister of Tourism to ensure that these are addressed timelessly. I will highlight a few issues that have emerged during the period under review that the tourism sector faces. The Portfolio Committee commends the department on its efforts to create employment opportunities in the sector during the 2022-2023 financial year. The department implemented youth skills development, and the committee notes that transformation remains a major challenge in the tourism industry. The department had a setback when the Tourism Equity Fund was interdicted. The minister reported to the committee that an out-of-court settlement has been reached with the litigants following the cabinet approval in September 2023 for the revised TEF to be implemented. Applications to fund were opened on the 6th of November 2023. 1.2 billion fund offers an immense opportunity for transformation and inclusive participation in the sector. Madam Chairperson, the ANC supports the review. Madam Chair, Chairperson of the House, thank you very much.
Thank you,
the
Honourable
ANC
Member.
supports the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I now put order. I put the motion. Are there any objections?
The EFF rejects the report.
It's noted. Are there any further objections? If not, with those objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on Vote 7 of National School of Government Annual Report for 2022-2023 financial year.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Request for declaration of vote has been received. The DA.
House Chairperson, the two simple yet fundamental questions we should be asking ourselves when it comes to the NSG is whether the NSG has been able to, firstly, build an ethical and capable public service, and secondly, empower public servants to be responsive to the needs of citizens. House Chairperson, we remain unconvinced that the education and training interventions that the NSG presently has on offer are doing a sufficient amount to build an ethical and capable public service, and at the same time empower public servants to be more responsive and sensitive to the needs of citizens. House Chairperson, in order for the NSG to, for example, really assist in internalizing ethics and integrity in the public service, it will need to offer more than just one generic or standard ethics program. Put differently, House Chairperson, if the NSG is to have a concrete and felt impact on the current state of our public service, then it will need to tailor and offer a much broader range of education and training interventions which are aimed at internalizing ethics and integrity in the public service. The NSG House Chairperson will also need to ensure that such training and education interventions are not aimed exclusively or solely at public servants, but also at politicians too, because more often than not, House Chairperson, public servants that engage in unethical and corrupt behavior are acting at the behest or on the instructions of unethical and corrupt politicians. Therefore, House Chairperson, as long as we continue to bemoan and lament the corrupt and deplorable state of our public service, public servants that are unresponsive to the pressing needs of our citizens and sometimes desperate needs of our citizens, then the clean audit outcomes achieved by the NSG will most definitely not be worth celebrating. I thank you.
The EFF.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let us greet the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Commissars and the Ground Forces of the EFF. Chairperson, today we are debating Vote 11 of the NSG, yet the NSG has failed to implement the quality management plan due to capacity constraints, yet we expect the same school to issue public servants and other people with capacity. The school has to offer accredited training programs and actual delivery and facilitation, but as of now, they can't. The question then remains, why is NSG not prioritizing the policy directive? South Africa is amongst the countries with the highest unemployment rate, yet the NSG that has increasing rate of vacancy from 10.9% in 2021-22 to 17.5% by the end of 2022-23, which is a call for concern, while there are capable people and particularly the youth. The school hasn't met regulated representation of youth at 30%, while our country is reeling of high youth unemployment. It still holds on to older people, and until the school meets its representation of youth who roams the streets and opt to alcohol and drugs, then we can engage. Chair, why did NSG not sign two crucial memorandums of agreement with professional bodies like Chartered Institute and the Institute for Internal Auditors as it was targeted, and how will they address this delay and unmet targets? Chair, the accreditation of qualification is the core mandate of the school, but because the ANC-led government is so obsessed with the tenders, the school has outsourced their services and the process has been unsuccessful. It has been unsuccessful even when there are so many higher education institutions who should have been targeted, but because, as usual, Chairperson, their friends were not selected. Chairperson, the Auditor General has made a recommendation that the inclusion of key performance indicators and strategic targets to implementation and
your time is now expired.
of the public sector be implemented, but this all fell on deaf ears. The EFF rejects this report.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I present this report on behalf of Honourable Nkosi Tebekulu, who will join us in the next few minutes. Firstly, may I take this opportunity to wish Honourable Ma MD Hlengwa a very happy birthday for today, and may you have many, many more years of good health. And Minister Lamula, yeah. Honourable Chairperson, institutional failures are at the heart of many of the socio-economic challenges we face in South Africa. And these are born not primarily of the personalities and characters that run them, but of how they have been designed and structured. South African public administrations have been heavily politicized by the government, and we have witnessed the effects of things such as cadre deployment, often at the expense of skilled and qualified candidates. Therefore, the professionalization of the public service is of utmost importance, as we need to ensure that those appointed to serve the people of South Africa have the necessary skills and qualifications to do so, and in a manner that prioritizes the people and not personal and political agendas. It is with this in mind that the IFP urges the National School of Government to start actioning the proposed plans to professionalize the public service sector through signing memoranda of agreement with professional bodies and developing implementation plans to ensure that all public servants are registered with their respective bodies. To ensure that the proposal of this project is not just lip service to silence our critique, we want to emphasize the committee's recommendation that the National School of Government, in collaboration with the Department of Public Service and Administration, should ensure that the provisions of the national framework towards professionalizing the public service are brought into operation. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the National School of Government derives its mandate from Section 195 of the Constitution. This section stipulates the basic values and principles governing the public administration. A few of these values and principles include, but are not limited to, a high standard of professional ethics, efficient, economic, and effective use of resources, accountability, transparency, and the proper response to people's needs. These principles, of course, apply to every sphere of government, organs of state, and public enterprises. The National School of Government has to ensure that all these basic values and principles are instilled into the value system and performance of all public servants through education, training, and development initiatives. Dit alles in ag genome en sonder om te veralgemeen, duik die gesegde mens kan 'n perd tot by die water bring, maar jy kan dit nie maak drink nie, dadelik by 'n mens op. The NSG's plan to legislate all mandatory training programs for all public servants is a step in the right direction, which will encourage enrollment and retention in these very important courses. Maar hoewel artikel 195 soos baie ander wetgewing fantasties lyk op papier, is dit in die praktyk ongelukkig nie so maklik om die waardes en beginsels soos hier uiteengesit in die staatsdiens te kweek nie. Dit maak nie saak hoeveel kursusse, klasse, lesse of programme aangebied word nie, as die kultuur van straffeloosheid en swak standaarde in die openbare sektor nie aangespreek word nie, sal die nasionale regeringsskool nie hond daar afmaak nie. The committee also observed that accountability within the school is improving with responsible leadership and management, and that example, House Chair, may actually go much further than any course content ever will. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the ACDP.
No statement. Thank you, Chair.
No statement. The UDM. ATM. Good. NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the budget report on public service and vote 7 here today. I hear some of my colleagues once again talking about ethics in governance, morals and values, but yet we support somebody, and Netanyahu, who has been charged for bribery, accepting bribes, corruption, breach of trust, and not on one occasion, on 3 different scandals. But yet, my colleagues want to support him. So we talk about ethics here, but it's ethical for them to support Netanyahu with all his corruption, that his own people are turning against him by the hundreds of thousands, but be that as it may. Now, the National School of Government spent 222 million or 96.1% of its available budget. What does it tell us? That one thing we are good at, we must spend our budget. So let's look at whether we're getting value for money. I think that is what is very, very important. But some of the problems that this department faces is there's 42 vacancies alone. And I think that must be dealt with. 23 out of the 27 performance targets were met, which is acceptable in terms of my understanding. But very importantly, I think when it comes to ethics and governance, Chairperson, I think we need to look at the corruption that is taking place between these officials that we are employing. Particularly, KZN is now rotten to the core. I will say it like it is. The corruption in the KZN municipalities, you don't want to know how bad it is. And they're the ones who talk about good governance, yes. So I think, Chairperson, something must be done. What is the purpose of this municipal public accounts committees, all these things, which they control in any case and hide everything? I think we need to look at. So when we come here and talk about ethics and values and morals, please can you apply it and implement it in your own municipality, wherever you govern. The NFP supports this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The AIC.
No declaration, Chair.
Order, Honorable Maglua. The AIC.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. Cope. The PAC.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. Al Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Baskap is the ethos of the DA wherever they rule. The public service must be a professional outfit and not a Baskap unit. The DA, where they rule, want to put in place a police state, and we thank the Minister of Police for not giving them more power. Where there is one party rule, public servants are bullied. This is not the case in the city of Joburg, where 9 political parties rule under the leadership of Al Jama. Next year, Al Jama will lead wherever it is called upon to do so, as it fights a return to white rule, a return to apartheid, and a return
Order,
to the
honorable
support
members. Order.
The deployment of BASA that will make the deployment look like a teddy bear party. We support the report. Thank you very much.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the National School of Government is vital in developing skills and enhancing the state's capability. The school plays a pivotal role in advancing the professionalization framework, which is a priority to strengthen the public service. For the year under review, the school has exceeded its performance targets. The school exceeded the target on the revenue generated from the trading account from 101.3 million in the previous year to 115 million revenue in this financial year. It is a sign that the school is striving towards becoming self-sustainable. The prepaid method of revenue collection is yielding the intended results. The school should be supported to increase its capacity and impact. The school has the introduction of the ethics course and its uptake by civil servants. The school has introduced an ethics course for public servants to acquire the competencies and moral legitimacy of their decisions, enabling them to apply ethical principles and values in business decision-making. The school has been advancing the process of signing the memorandum of agreements with the professional bodies and developing the implementation plan to ensure that all public servants are registered with their respective bodies based on profession. The professional bodies should assist the government in inculcating ethical values and maintaining professional standards in the public sector. The school has developed multiple memorandum of agreement.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired. Thank you.
The ANC support the budget review and recommendation report.
Honourable members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Chair, please
Can you
note the
please
objection
note the
of the
objection?
DA.
The DA,
Can you please note the objection of the EFF?
EFF, are there any further objections?
And of the FF plus, please, Chair.
FF plus. Is there anyone else? With those objections, the report
ACDP
is
as well,
agreed
Chair.
to.
The ACDP as well. thank
ACDP as well. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on Vote 12, Public Service Commission Annual Report for 2022-23 financial year.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
I move that the report be adopted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There is request for declarations of vote. I recognize the DA.
House Chairperson, we had hoped that the PSC would be allowed to exist and function as the watchdog of our public service and constantly keep it in check. However, that hope was completely dashed on the 6th of June, 2023, when this House, despite fervent opposition from the DA, recommended an individual whose sole competence and experience is that of being an ANC cadre for appointment as National Commissioner to the PSC. What this House in effect did on that fateful day, House Chairperson, by recommending yet another cadre for deployment to the PSC, was to transform what is essentially a knowledge-based institution into a political institution. House Chairperson, the PSC is now so compromised and politicized that even if this House was to take a resolution today that the PSC bill, which is touted to give the PSC greater independence and power, be adopted, this particular bill will, for all intents and purposes, do very little or nothing to alleviate and remedy the damage that's already been done to the independence and the impartiality of the PSC by cadre deployment. House Chairperson, we are also concerned that the position of Provincial Commissioner in Mpumalanga Province has been vacant since the 1st of April 2019. As such, we look forward to the committee intervening in this regard by requesting the Speaker of the National Assembly to engage both the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature and the Premier in that province on the filling of this vacancy as a matter of priority. We know that this may be wishful thinking, House Chairperson, but we genuinely hope that once this vacancy is filled, it will be filled by an individual who has been appointed solely on the basis of merit and not by virtue of him or her being an ANC cadre in need of deployment. I thank you.
The EFF.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, the Public Service Commission must promote constitutional.
Honorable Member, just unmute your microphone.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The PSC must promote constitutional values and principles of public administration in the public service. Therefore, it is important for the Northwest Province and Mpumalanga to fill in vacancies which has occurred over a period of time. It is very concerning, Chair, for the PSC to discontinue the target and reducing the number of grievances just because they only have delivered 4%. The Public Service Commission Chairperson should improve on the turnaround time and dealing with the grievances and public administration investigation. Finally, Chairperson, the Public Service Commission should not only recommend, but it must have tooth to bite. Where there is no improvement, that is, that when they recommended to the DPSA, that the representation of women in particular is not met in senior management positions. Therefore, we cannot support this report. Thanks.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. First and foremost, I want to commend the Public Service Commission on receiving a clean audit and for achieving 24 of the 25 targets that also align with the 94.34% of the budgetary allocation for the year 2022-23. This comes as a breath of fresh air, as it indicates that targets were
The honourable member is no longer audible. Honourable Singh.
No, thank you very much. If I can just proceed.
The Honourable Tebekulu, you are not audible.
Monitoring and evaluation of the Parliament.
I'm requesting the Honourable Singh. I'm requesting the Honorable Singh to complete your speech on your behalf. You are not audible. Please proceed, Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much. He did alert me, but then I was surprised that he came on. He was on the second paragraph where he was going to say, however, one has to express concern about the crucial vacancies that have been left unaddressed for prolonged periods. And the Honourable Member before me also indicated that the vacancy of the Provisional Commissioner in Mpumalanga, which dates back to the 1st of April 2019, is simply unacceptable. Considering that the role and function of the Commission is to promote the constitutional values and principles of public administration in the public service, we cannot afford to not have commissioners in all of our 9 provinces. Therefore, we call upon the officers of both the Premier and Mpumalanga, and I understand Western Cape, to start making these vacancies a priority. Considering this, the IFP is in support of the development of a framework on the renewability of the Commissioner contract, and we believe that a framework of this nature will provide a tool with which to measure the performance of individual commissioners and provide a means of determining which commissioners are eligible for renewal of the contract. In this way, we will also be able to keep some form of continuity and experience within the Commission. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
Honourable House Chair, the Public Service Commission, mandated by sections 195 and 196 of the Constitution, which include the values and principles that are expected of the public service, has the primary task to promote a high standard of professional ethics in the public service. The Committee on Public Service and Administration noted and even compliments the Public Service Commission for achieving almost all set targets of the annual performance plan for the 2022-23 financial year, as well as spending 94% of its overall budget. The PSC had 25 targets and 24 was met. Yet the South African public service remains extremely unprofessional, unethic and corrupt. Net soos die nasionale regeringsskool wil dit voorkom of die openbare dienste kommissie ook nie hond haar afmaak in die staatsdiens nie. Hoekom nie? Want planne op papier en die werklike implementering daarvan verskil hemelbreed. Woorde wek, maar dade strek. For instance, there is an identified shortcoming with regards to the PSC's direct relationship with human resource directorates or units of departments. In order to identify ongoing loopholes in terms of human resource practices in the public sector. Yet the PSC already has the power to issue directions regarding compliance with personnel procedures relating to recruitment, transfers, promotions, and dismissals. How does the PSC give effect to this power if it is currently unable to identify loopholes in terms of human resource practices? And that leaves a question mark over the PSC's actual achievement of its targets, and whether or not the set targets are the correct targets to give effect to the actual mandate of the Commission. Here we have an oversight body, 'n waghond wat 'n hoë standaard van professionaliteit en etiek in die staatsdiens moet bevorder, maar hierdie waghond het nie tande nie, en 'n waghond sonder tande is nutteloos. Ek dankie.
The ACDP.
No statement, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The UDM. ATM. Good. The NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report on vote 12 here today. Allow me also to draw the attention to this House on the plight of the people of Palestine, where when food aid and medicine has to go through to the borders, the IDF search every container. And in searching every container, they remove all the medicine,
I rise on a point of
anesthetic,
order.
and the food.
Honourable
That
Sheikh
is the
Imam.
state there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Take your seat, please. Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
On a point of relevance.
Honourable Members, I can't hear the Honourable Swart.
Chairperson, it's a point of relevance of the debate before us. I'd ask you to rule in that. It has been raised a number of times today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Members. Honourable Sheikh Imam, let's concentrate on the item in front of us.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The truth hurts, certainly does, right? Okay. The Public Service Commission spent 94.38% of its budget second point is that the Public Service Commission had 25 targets and reached almost all of them, 24 of them which was actually achieved. There were 430 complaints on the database, of which 68% were finalized. Now, one of the serious concerns that appear here is the disclosure forms, Chairperson. Many people are still not declaring their interest in business and other sectors, and I think there is and appears to be a serious concern expressed by the Public Service Commission, and they also express concern about complaints from service providers wanting where they have to pay bribes to get paid for monies that are due, owing, and payable to them. But one of the most important things that this commission has identified is the number of people, employed officials, that are not fit for purpose or underqualified to carry out this position. So the National Freedom Party supports this report, but believes that we need to capacitate and ensure that we have people that are employed in these structures, not based on their friend, and let us not believe that—
Honourable Member, your time is now expired. Thank you. The AIC. Cope. PAC. Al
No
Jamaa.
declaration, Comrade Chair.
Thank you. Al Jamaa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Al Jamaa supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Please
My
note the
apologies.
objection
My
of the
apologies.
Please note the objection.
My apologies. The ANC.
Chair, please note the objection of the
No,
DA.
I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that. I made a mistake. I first giving the ANC an opportunity.
Chairperson, thank you. All protocol is observed. The democratic dispensation gave birth to quite a number of chapters for the restoration of the previously disadvantaged people's dignity. PSC is a Chapter 10 institution enshrined in the Constitution. It is independent, impartial, and therefore exercises its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice in promoting basic values and principles governing public administration. Thus, no organization or organ of state may interfere in this regard. The Public Service Commission achieved almost all set targets of the annual performance plan for the 2022-2023 financial year, achieving 24 of the 25 targets. We commend the work that the commissioners do to ensure public service. The Commission has focused on developing a legislative framework to enhance its execution of the mandate of the Commission and to afford its stronger teeth to bite. The Commission has prioritized a focus on discipline management, which is critical. We support the efforts of the Commission to continue providing updates to the committee regarding the review of the organizational structure to beef up capacity in the provincial offices. An effective Public Service Commission will improve the public service to be effective in providing the service required. Increased support for the Commission will enhance the advancement of the professionalization framework, and it will also enhance the Commission's capabilities. The ANC is supporting the budget review and recommendations report of Vote 12, and also
Thank you,
support
Honourable
the work
Member.
of
Your
the
time is now
Commission-
expired.
the Commission. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable members, I put the motion. Are there any objections?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
And the AC.
And the objection of the FF plus, please, Chair.
Thank you. With those objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration
Honorable Mashigo, will you switch off your microphone? Honorable Mashigo, switch off your microphone. Thank you. Please continue.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on Vote 11 of Department of Public Service and Administration and Center for Public Service Innovation 2022-2023.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
There's a request for declaration of vote. The DA.
House Chairperson, the war against malfeasance and misconduct in the public service has been lost, all thanks to the ineffectiveness of the department. The department, as the primary custodian of norms and standards in the public service, has failed our public service on two major fronts. Firstly, House Chairperson, the department has failed to monitor and exercise oversight over the norms and standards in the public service. Secondly, House Chairperson, the department has failed to support individual government departments in relation to the enforcement of these norms and standards. These failures by the department have also significantly contributed towards the consequence management and accountability deficit in the public service. House Chairperson, to put things into context, the state lost a staggering 1.5 billion to financial misconduct on the part of public servants and paid close to 70 million in salaries for 417 public servants who are currently on suspension with full pay, and the department and the Minister of Public Service and Administration have done nothing quantifiable to address these issues. We call on the department, together with its technical assistance unit, to immediately intervene in the two ongoing crises in the public service, namely the financial misconduct crisis and the discipline management crisis. The two crises, House Chairperson, are costing the state billions and millions of rands on an annual basis and could have been circumvented had the department been consistently assisting government departments to enforce norms and standards. We further call on the department to take the lead in relation to the implementation of the framework towards the professionalization of the public sector. Despite the framework receiving cabinet approval in October last year, the department, House Chairperson, has still not published directives on the implementation of the framework, and neither has it provided clarity on how the framework will be implemented and whether it will be responsible for the enforcement of the framework. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF. The EFF. There's a member on the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the AG has highlighted that this Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, the Auditor General has highlighted that this department is failing in its duties to play an oversight. Chair, to an extent that critical targets were not met. Thus, we cannot confirm the stability in the public service, and this should call for this should concern everyone. This department still doesn't walk the talk in making sure that Batubili principle is adhered to, as witnessed by the Portfolio Committee during its oversight, especially in the Robert Sobukwe Hospital in the Northern Cape and in the Brits Hospital in the Northwest. There is still capacity constraints, hence there are delays in developing job competency framework for the public sector. In Program 4, Chairperson, the targets were set and none of them was achieved, yet 82% of the budget is spent. It is also very difficult to conclude that the budget was for compensation of employees, since these departments underspent, underspending of 5.5 million under the period review. This shows that there's lack of capacity and there's a lack of implementation on administrative policies. Yet there is a well-paid government chief information officer that is the result of the blind cadre deployment by the ANC-led government. Chair. In some departments, some departments failed to meet all its targets, yet expected to oversee the other departments. Chairperson, DPSA failed to meet the target of 30% youth representation as of the 31st of March 2023. Youth constituted 16.45%, which is 13.55 less than the set national target. Chairperson, the department still is not doing enough in the protection of the whistleblowers, and the junior staff still suffer abuse of the senior managers because they fear to lose their employment or to be victimized. Therefore, we cannot support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I'm presenting this on behalf of Inkosi R.N. Kabekulu, MP. South Africans are unfortunately no strangers to inefficiency from the government when it comes to matters of service delivery. While we know theft and corruption are mostly the root cause, we also have to question the material systems that are in place. There seems to be still a reliance on paper-driven processes in some of our government departments, which has often resulted in delayed or no service delivery due to documents having been lost or misplaced. Think of those who applied for RDP houses years or even decades ago, but are still waiting, likely because the lost documents, or those who have lost jobs and are looking to get financial support through an unemployment insurance fund. Honorable Chairperson, the Center for Public Service Innovation is at the head of minimizing the service delivery inefficiencies our people are facing, therefore regressing on maintaining a clean audit further exacerbates the challenges faced by South Africans. Achieving only 17 of the 26 annual targets indicates a clear lack of proper planning from the CPSI, which is of great concern to us as it leads to questions how we can trust this entity to come up with more efficient ways
Honourable
of
Member,
services
your time is now
to
expired.
be delivered. And the IFP accepts the report. I thank you, Honourable House.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
House Chair, one of the strategic priorities of this department is intensifying the fight against corruption. And in its undertaking to promote anti-corruption efforts in the public service, a database on public service employees appointed as board members to entities was developed to track the activities of board members in their governance roles of public entities. Secondly, adherence to policy prohibiting public service employees conducting business with the state and to monitor the performance of other remunerative work by public service employees is done. And lastly, in line with the PSR, the e-disclosure system enables members of senior management to disclose their financial interests. Yet, nearly not a week goes by in this country without some or other corruption scandal involving the public service making headlines. The Tuja Capital Fund scandal involving the Department of Employment and Labour is one of the latest headlines that created quite a stir. Not only is the director of this company, which was not registered with the CIPC, the chair of the board of an entity of the Department of Labour, but also did the Director General and Commissioner of the UIF apparently push through the 5 billion rand payment for a tender that did not meet the muster of the tender process. But the real story is that the Minister of Employment and Labour and several other prominent politicians apparently stood to make about 500 million rand from this deal. And as he said in the media, this is a developing story. The fact of the matter is, Chair, that the DPSA can set all the targets in the world. If there's no political will, to promote an ethical, honest and professional public administration, it won't happen. 'n Vis vrot van sy kop af. Kap korrupsie se kop af deur die ANC te verwyder en slegs dan sal die openbare sektor gered kan word. Dankie voorsitter.
The ACDP,
No statement, thank you.
UDM, ATM, good, NFP,
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support Budget Vote 11 tabled here today. And I think I want to address this, Chairperson, through you to remind the Chief Whip when Chief Whip raised the other day when we came back from our tour of Ireland and Kenya on what people were being paid, particularly members of parliament. A level 3 in South Africa official earns 1,147,000 and level 16 earns 2,130,000. And when members of parliament earn a mere just over 1 million or so a month, unions and many others are raising serious concern and attacking members of parliament. But this is, South African officials are some of the highest paid in the world in terms of a latest report that has been released. But on talking about public sector and salaries, I want to say once again, Chairperson, that the people of Gaza and Palestine are not able to get paid at the moment because their monies have been cut by the Israeli government. Now, let me go on further to say that this department had only achieved 17 out of his 26 targets, okay? And more importantly, I think the public servant has received unqualified audit with findings in 22-23 financial year. The department regressed from maintaining a clean audit, which is a concern to the committee. Further to that is the committee noted that the contribution of Center for Public Service Innovation maintaining a clean audit must be welcomed, but very importantly, Chairperson, and again we're talking about 24 out of 71, 24 national and 71 provincial departments indicated that they performed lifestyle reviews or were in the process of finalizing them. That's one of the serious concerns, and the committee also called on greater collaboration with the memorandum of agreement that they've entered it with the Department and of Communication, Digital Technologies, as well as with CETA. The National Freedom Party supports this report. Thank you.
thank you. The AIC, COPE, PAC,
No statement, Chair, from PAC.
thank you. Al-Jamaa,
Al-Jamaa supports the report. Thank you very much.
thank you. The ANC,
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable members, the professionalization of the public service is a critical focus the department has been leading as part of implementing priority number 1 of the 6th administration of building an ethical and capable developmental state. The digitized public service is a program we have urged the government to speed up towards the approval of the digital government policy framework for the public service to improve coordination between the various role players within the e-government space in the public sector. We have recommended the Center for Public Service Innovation should ensure that all successful innovation projects aimed at resolving service delivery challenges are replicated in other provinces. The Center for Public Service Innovation requires additional funding to increase its impact. The tabling of both the Public Service Amendment Bill and the Public Administration Amendment Bill will strengthen the department's mandate and parameters to implement the professionalization framework. We are concerned with the level of non-compliance with legislation in the public service and require that the department ensures consequence management and improve discipline management in the public service. We further recognize progress pertaining to the implementation of the guide to implement lifestyle audits aimed at preventing the detecting fraud and corruption in the public service by the Public Administration Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistant Unit. We support this budget review and recommendation report. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Is not the objection of the day, Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF.
Please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, the report is agreed to. Honorable members, the next item on the order paper is a decision of question on the draft resolution in the name of the Honorable Mr. J.S. Malema. Honorable members, I wish to remind you that this draft resolution was debated in a virtual mini-plenary on Thursday, the 16th of November, but that the decision thereon can only be taken in a full plenary. Honorable members, I now put the motion. The Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I hereby move that we make amendments in this very important motion. In paragraph 9, be amended with the insertion of the following words after Israel, that is in the last line, which will read as follow, I open quote, until a ceasefire is agreed to by Israel and Israel commits to binding United Nations facilitated negotiations whose outcome must be a just, sustainable, and lasting peace, close quote. We are putting that amendment to this motion. I hereby move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, I've been furnished with the proposed amendment as moved by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. According to Rule 121, a member may propose an amendment in writing, which has been done, to a draft resolution, provided that the amendment does not exceed the scope of the resolution or is ruled out of order for any other reason by the presiding officer. Having considered the proposed amendment moved by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, I rule as follows, that the amendment is in order, as it only seeks to clarify the circumstances of the closure of the Israeli embassy and the suspension of diplomatic relations. If any members disagree with the amendment, they can, of course, vote against it or even abstain from it when a division is called. Having clarified this matter, I rule that we proceed with a question before the House. I've also applied my mind to the request for declarations that has been received. In terms of Rule 108, I will now allow one member from a political party wishing to make a declaration on the proposed amendments to do so. The usual time for declarations will apply. And the declaration should focus on the suitability or acceptance or not of the amendment as moved by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and in no way does it open up the debate that was concluded last week, Thursday. Honorable Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I note the amendment proposed by the ANC, but I think in fairness to all of us in the House, even though the amendment was furnished to the table, it would have been fair for all members of all political parties to receive the amendment so we could look at the amendment and then take a considered decision. Now this is being pounced upon us, and we are expected to vote, we are expected to declare on something that we've just heard, and maybe our members on the virtual platform may not have heard it as well. So I'm just making an appeal that we find some way of dealing with this matter so that we can take an informed decision one way or the other. Thank you.
Honorable Mulder, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Chair.
Yes, I recognize you now, Honorable Malema.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm covered by what the Honorable Singh just mentioned. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Malema.
Chair, we agree with the amendment as made by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and that what Honorable Singh is saying is from his own imagination. He's not quoting any law or is not referring to any requirement for that matter. So
Thank
it
you.
can be that because today I've got a different view, the rules must apply differently. There's no rule that is asking anyone to circulate anything. The amendment has met the requirement, as you have indicated, the chair. That is the beginning and the end of the amendment. We therefore support it and want to applaud the ANC for its maturity on this matter. It doesn't matter how politically we can disagree.
Thank you.
But when it comes
Order,
to the
honorable
issue
members.
of humanity, we must protect the human rights of all human beings all over the world. Thank you, ANC, and thank you, EFF members of Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Malema. Honorable members, I must add that in terms of my ruling that I gave, I studied the proposed amendment very carefully, and it does not extend the scope of the resolution. I would implore, though, in future that this information is shared, once submitted to the table, to all the political parties so that they can familiarize themselves with the amendment made to paragraph 9 of the original resolution. Honorable members, is there any other further comment or declaration in this regard? Honorable Mulder?
Honourable Chairperson, you indicated that you will allow declarations of vote. Are we there now or not yet?
Well, Honorable Member, the different members started expressing themselves on that, but I will allow if there are declarations on this matter.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I think your ruling is correct that there should be declarations. The Parliament and the committee did not have the opportunity to discuss or debate the amendment. The amendment was only moved today. The amendment is different from the original motion in the sense that the original motion did ask for the suspension of all diplomatic relations with Israel. Now, the amendment is something different, and it creates certain conditions. The first condition that it creates says there should be a ceasefire in this that Israel agrees to. That's the first precondition that the ANC now sets. The second one that the ANC now sets is that they are now instructing Israel to commit themselves to binding United Nations facilitated negotiations. But it goes even beyond that. We are now binding the United Nations process by also saying the outcome. We are dictating what the outcome should be. The outcome must be just, must be sustainable, and lasting peace. So it's a different motion altogether. The fact of the matter is that once again, the EFF took the lead, and the ANC follows. That is quite clear. No, it's quite clear.
Order, honourable members. Order.
Now, Honourable Chairperson.
Order, honourable members.
Honourable Chairperson, if there was ever a time to keep negotiations and discussions open, it was now. You may not be aware of that, but at this moment there are negotiations going on in Israel, between Israel and Palestine. You will not know that. And the first of those negotiations will probably lead to the release of 50 hostages, women and children. And it will not lead necessarily to a ceasefire, but it will lead to a suspension of hostilities for approximately 5 days. So that process is now going on. But the South African government, with this position of yours, have decided
Order, honourable members.
South Africa wants to opt out. We don't want to have anything to do. We don't want to have anything to say in that regard. South Africa will be absent. South Africa will be absent. Now, you have decided to take this responsibility and to take this decision, and you must understand that it will have consequences also for South Africa. It will have consequences for the role that we play, and it will have consequences for the role that we play in the international community.
Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable Tobias, will you switch off your microphone?
Thank you, Chairperson. The motion that you want to adopt will have consequences for the standing of South Africa in the international world. I think it's a mistake, and I think we should not proceed with this. But be that as it may, the ANC has now followed the EFF. We will vote against this motion. I think you are making a big mistake. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, just calm down, calm down. Each party will get the opportunity to make a declaration. But let us not drown the speaker at the podium. He's got a right to say what he wants to say. And you will have the opportunity to also make your remarks. Are there any further declarations?
Point of order, Chair.
What is the point of order, honorable member?
Now, Chair, we cannot allow people to make points of irrelevance. They must talk to the amendment and not talk to the general issues that were debated already. They are wasting our time now.
Thank you. Now I listened to the Honorable Mulder. He made a point why he's got certain views around the amendments to the motion. The DA?
Chairperson, the DA has already fully ventilated its position on this matter. And so I'm just going to take this opportunity to say that this motion actually runs counterintuitive to the ANC's stated aims of having a genuine stake in negotiating a peaceful resolution to this crisis. Because by withdrawing diplomatic representation from Israel and expelling or demarching the Israeli embassy in South Africa, we are severing diplomatic ties, and therefore we have no genuine stake in playing a meaningful role in negotiating a peaceful resolution. And may I also just say that there are 25,000 South African citizens in Israel that will now not have any access to consular services. But more so, the South African embassy in Tel Aviv works in tandem with the embassy in Ramallah. And so the embassy in Ramallah will now not be able to function and serve people in that territory. So it's having unintended consequences. And essentially, citizens living in both Ramallah and in Israel will now have to go to Jordan and to Egypt for consular services. So the DA absolutely does not support the amendments that have been brought on the floor.
Order, honorable members, order.
And the ANC is essentially scoring an own goal here by having made these proposed amendments. So the DA's position is it's a firm no from us. We need to have a stake in mediating a peaceful resolution to this conflict that culminates in a two-state solution where a free Palestine and a secure Israel can coexist in peace. Thank you, Chair.
Do you know about own goals?
We must come back, those ones.
No. Honorable members on the platform, let's not spoil this. You know what the rules are. Let's stick to the rules, both on the platform and in the House. The EFF, you've already spoken. Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, we learn in Scripture that blessed be the peacemakers, for they will be sons of God. By this amendment, I firmly believe that we are losing the opportunity as South Africa to be honest brokers in the situation. And as we now speak, Israel and Hamas have said they are a truce and captive release deal is closer than ever. And this has been facilitated by third-party countries. South Africa could play that role. But by this amendment, we are basically, and yes, it is should it pass as a motion, it is a call upon the government, and government will then take its decision separately. But I would urge government to really consider, and I'd urge the ANC to consider what the Honorable Durka Minister herself said 4 months ago, 4 months into the Russian-Ukraine war. She said, the international community must focus on finding a sustainable solution. That has been South Africa's position on Israel and Palestine continually. The minister emphasized that a solution will not be found in isolating one party or trying to bring a party to its knees. Yet this is exactly what this amended motion seeks to do. Thankfully, Minister Pandor, in response to a written question filed yesterday, stated that the breaking off of diplomatic ties with Israel would be unlikely and counterproductive. That is from the executive's position. Surely ANC members of parliament can realize that it is not in the best interest to pursue this motion as amended, because the outcome for a United Nations facilitated negotiation, yes, it sounds wonderful, but it's going to take time. It's been taking years. And we need to be part of that solution as peacemakers. However, and it's very clear, as we know, the Israeli ambassador has been recalled by Israel already today. So it is so important for us to understand the consequences of this decision, the consequences of being influenced. That's why the Arab countries around Israel have not broken off ties, because they want to have the influence. The only one country, Bolivia, has broken off ties. Never before that I can remember has South Africa ever broken off diplomatic ties with the country. And I want to address the tens of
Order,
millions.
honorable members, order.
I want to address the tens of millions of Christians who love Israel and the Holy Land. A decision to break off diplomatic ties is unprecedented, and it will make it very difficult to visit the Holy Land. What is this sense of this little country that is the size of the Kruger National Park? I'm Mishal Chai. The ACDP will not support this amended motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, please stick to the amendments. The amendments have been distributed. In your input, keep that in mind, please. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I take it that members who were in the mini plenary last week did hear Honorable Slangwa express the view of our party on this matter. And unfortunately, not all of us could be in that mini plenary because we had other commitments. But however, Honorable Chairperson, what we would like to say to the ANC, this hard-fought democracy in South Africa, where thousands of people lost their lives through armed conflict, through an onslaught by the apartheid government because they had a defense force that was capable of destroying us at that time, our forefathers and our founding fathers considered that the only way for us to achieve what we have today is through peaceful negotiation. Now, one would understand that the circumstances in Israel and Palestine are different, somewhat different from what we went through here. The loss of lives is unacceptable on both sides, where women and children are suffering as a result of the fact that leaders can't come together, and even the United Nations cannot come together to arbitrate in this matter. We would like to say that we still support a two-state solution, and we feel that we should not play ourselves out of this game as South Africa. As we speak, the Honorable President of our country is leading a delegation, a BRICS delegation, talking about finding a peaceful solution. And I believe we should not play ourselves out of the game by not being involved in a peace process through a diplomat that we have in that country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Order, honorable members, order. Is there declarations from the UDM, ATM, GOOD, the NFP? Order, honorable members, order.
Thank you, Chairperson. And first of all, allow me to thank the EFF and the ANC for agreeing on this amended motion. Indeed, this compromise between the two political parties indeed shows that they are focusing on wanting a peaceful solution, putting pressure on the Israeli government, something that nobody on this left did other than the EFF. None of these political parties made a single statement directly condemning and asking Israel to stop blowing up these children and these hospitals. 75 years negotiations, Chairperson, have been taking place. Nothing has been achieved. So what negotiations are we talking about? What do you want to negotiate? The only way you can negotiate is by putting pressure on them to come to the negotiating table, and that is what we are doing. We are now putting pressure to say, let's have a ceasefire. Why is there this thing about going on killing and killing and killing? Why can't we stop it and say, let's sit down and talk about it? But if you didn't achieve it, Chairperson, for 75 years, are we going to achieve it now? because the DA or the ACDP or the Freedom Front said we must do it. They could have played a pivotal role, Chairperson. They could have, in bringing pressure to the Israelis, together with all of us, and saying, let's find a peaceful solution. They're not interested in that. Do you know why? It's all about the money that they get. This is what it is. They've sold their souls. That is basically what it's so. This is giving us an opportunity. Now remember the EFF motion, and that is what I would have agreed on originally. Shut it down and shut it down now. And the IFP, I want you to remember what happened during the days of apartheid. If you say negotiations or negotiations only, what about the tens of thousands of black brothers and sisters of mine that died? Maybe not of the but of mine that died. Where did it come from? It's the violence that created it. What have you done to stand up the IFP and say to the Israeli government, to the relationship you've got and the monies you'll receive, can you please stop? Let's save these children's lives. Let's stop and
Honorable
negotiate.
Sheikh
Nothing.
Imam, will you take your seat? Order, honorable members, I want to hear the Honorable Singh.
Yeah, I want to rise on a point of order. The honourable member is entitled to his point of view, but he must not make spurious allegations here that we get money from any source. Which,
Honorable,
no, it's not a political-
order,
He made a
order.
direct-
Order, honorable members,
He has
order.
made a direct statement that the IFP receives money from these sources, and that's why we are taking the decision. And that is wrong. It has to be withdrawn.
Honorable member, order. I will check answered because I heard it a bit differently. The member made the remark of money, but he did not mention any political party. It's only now later that he is addressing a matter that the NFP have with the IFP, and that is normal in the course of debate. Please proceed, Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Now, Chairperson, the question I want to ask, we say let's negotiate, and yes, I agree. But how many more children must die? How many more houses must be demolished? How many more people must die of starvation, Chairperson, before we decide we must do something? So I want to say, I am so proud today to stand here and be a member of parliament of this National Assembly of this beautiful country in the stand that we are taking. Yes, we might be a small, insignificant to some of them part of the world, but the stand we're taking, the principal stand to shut the embassy until they decide to bring a ceasefire. That will save lives and we can have a peaceful solution. So the NFP
Thank you, honourable
supports
member.
it. Thank you very much.
The AIC, COPE, the PAC.
Honorable Chair, we are supporting the motion, the amendment as tabled by the Chief Whip of the majority party. Now we can vote for the motion, actual motion.
Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, we've heard about the release of over 100 Hamas Palestinian children hostages that is imminent. And as we know, Hamas consults South Africa in everything that they do, especially with the help of Egypt. The motion of the EFF is the motion of the EFF as amended by the ANC is the most revolutionary motion ever debated in the 6th Parliament and must be part of our legacy report. So future generations can be proud of the 6th Parliament. The amendment should have gone further. There is no place for Israel in South Africa, and every trace of Israel must be wiped off our land, South Africa. So Al-Jama will support the amended motion, although we want more. That embassy must get the same fate as the hospitals in Gaza. It must be wiped off the face of the earth, and a legal way must be found to wipe the embassy building in South Africa off the face of the earth. We don't want any memories of Israel in South Africa anymore. Those who commit genocide and honorable members who support genocide anywhere in the world are the worst of mankind since the Iron Age of civilization, just like those who are responsible for the Holocaust, and those still alive for the Holocaust must be hunted down. The same for those responsible for the genocide
and their supporters, and there are some in this house. I would like to apologize to Christians in Gaza for the support of South African Christians for Israel in South Africa. Myself and Imam Sheikh tried to soften their hearts, but we failed. 700 of the most prominent Jews in South Africa has called for an immediate unconditional ceasefire. They are the Jews that Africa needs now than never before. I'm sure there are many other Jews like that. Al-Jamaa salutes the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF and thanks the supporters of the EFF and the ANC for this revolutionary motion. Thank you very much.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, it is not surprising that the DA, ACDP, FF Plus were not going to support the motion and the amendment. That is not surprising. We, the people of South Africa, who knows exactly what it means when you are killed, when women are killed, when children are killed, we know we have gone through that. We are victims of that, and therefore we're not ashamed to support Palestine fully. The hypocrisy that has been shown here, you think that if you quote that the president is doing 1, 2, and 3, we are aware of that. We are an arm of state. We have a right as this parliament today to express our view on the unfolding genocide that is happening in Palestine. And therefore, olu gonyamelo lokubulawa kwabantu ngokungenalo usizi, how do you rush to negotiations when there is no ceasefire? You have to level the playing field, ceasefire for you to be able to negotiate. The entire world is faced with the responsibility of bringing an end to genocide, killings, and untold human sufferings that is happening in Palestine. As we speak now, the president of the Republic of South Africa, indeed, is chairing an extended meeting of BRICS, whose objective is to bring about ceasefire. You don't want to go to ceasefire, ninqamela negotiations, maqala kuyekwe izixhobo ezi kungabulawa abantu. As we speak, we have lodged this country 17th November through our ambassador to the Netherlands, to the ICC Chief Prosecutor, Karim Khan, a request to investigate and establish all the facts, because we do believe that in the case of Israel, it is their head of state whom we say needs to have an arrest warrant used against him, because, as we believe, the evidence required is overwhelming. 75% of women and children have been killed, displaced, homeless, not allowed to access health care facilities. In Gaza, more than 12,000 people killed. Today, we're supposed to speak in one voice as parties to say, ceasefire, free Palestine. But because you benefit out of whatever feels you good, you don't want to support anything. Asothuki ke thina nto ezaziyo. Asothuki ke thina bantu bazana nalo mzabalazo neziva zawo. Sithi ke incadile EFF yaza nayo la motion. Si supporter kuni makrestu zeningavumi ukulahlekiswa. Let us be clear that this is not a religious war, as some have tried to tell us in this afternoon in this declaration. Ayiyo la Israel yasebhayibhileni le Kuyabulawa kule Israel, ilega Netanyahu le. Ayiyo le kaYesu Kristu sunuhamba nimfimfitheka nivalwa amehlo ngabantu abafuna ukusebenzisa ubuKristu ucinezela abathatha umhlaba wabantu bathatha izimbiwa babashiye belambile abantwana basePalestine. Our government has withdrawn its diplomats from Israel for the consultation, and we note ubemele kakade la ambassador pakisha goduke. Bongasekho kwakhe apha kukhalwa ngayo uhlala njani abantu bakokwani bebulala abantu ihlabathi lonke liyakhala. Ingathi ningake nizama ulunga niqonde into basithetha ngabantu apha. When we talk these numbers, we're talking human beings that have been killed. Others are still under the rubbles. Abakaziwa into babaphina nizoma kule ndawo nithi no masingathethi nge-ceasefire, masingathethi nge-negotiations. Our amendment to the EFF motion calls for a ceasefire to be agreed upon, and both parties to the conflict commit to binding United Nations facilitated negotiations whose outcome must be a just, sustainable, and lasting peace. Thina sifuna uxolo ehlabathini, we stand for peace, and anyone that is violating human rights lisitshaba lomzabalazo litshaba lelizwe kwaye thina sizawumanyana nabanina ofuna uxolo nofuna ukuthi Palestine ikhululeke. Free Palestine now, free Palestine. Ceasefire until this is achieved. The Israel embassy should remain closed. Bade balunge bazoyiqonda lento embi bayenzayo. Thank you very much.
Free Palestine!
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, before I put the question, I wish to respond to some direct or indirect comments made on the competence of the Assembly to deal with this motion and its amendment. The scope of a resolution must be understood to mean its intent. That is what it seeks to achieve. The specific question before the House today is whether, based on the grounds advanced, the House should call on government to close the Israeli embassy and suspend all diplomatic relations with Israel. The Constitution provides not only for the legislative role of Parliament, but also for its oversight and accountability functions, the facilitation of public involvement, cooperative government, and international participation. Members of Parliament represent the interest of people in government in all these processes. Members are well within their rights to bring such a motion to the House for consideration. The opportunity was given last week and today for all political parties to express their views during this debate. The draft resolution and its amendment takes into account the separation of powers and the role of government in foreign policy formulation. Should members of the House adopt the resolution, it will be conveyed as a formal resolution of the National Assembly to the Executive. Such a resolution will be political persuasive rather than instructive, as would be the case with legislation. If members disagree with the motion, they can, of course, when the question is put, vote against it or even abstain from voting. Their views will also be recorded in the minutes of proceedings, which will be conveyed together with the motion. The motion is thus in order, as well as its amendment, and I now want the Assembly to consider it. I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Chairperson, on a point of order. First, I have to put the amendment.
Yeah, the amendment to the motion. That's what I was speaking to. Honorable members, I want to put the amendment to the motion of the Honorable Mr. J.S. Malema as moved by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Are there any objections?
Yes.
House Chair, please note the objections of the DA.
Objection is noted.
Objection of the IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, we call for a division.
ACDP as well, thank you.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Vote.
Order, honorable members. Please take up your allocated seats. Order, honorable members. Will you take up your seats so that we can proceed with the voting on this item? Thank you. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. In order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. Order, honorable members. There's members who's not paying attention. They're simply continuing with their discussions. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chairperson. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the amendment to the motion on the order paper, as moved by the Chief Whip of the majority party, be agreed to. Voting will now commence and the chamber doors will remain locked and members are not allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. I'll now call on the whips to confirm the number of members in their parties present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the majority party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the ANC in physical attendance here were 43. On the virtual platform, we are 157, which totals up to 190 voting in full support. Thank you.
No, I think the total is 200.
No, total is 200.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
House Chair, in the House, we have 10 members. Online, we've got 57 members, totaling to 67 voting against the amended motion.
Again, the amendments. The EFF?
As Bonga Chair, 30 on the platform, 13 in the House, 43 in total, voting in favor.
Thank you. The FF plus? Sorry, the IFP. My apologies.
Thank you very
Honorable
much, Chair. We are 7 on virtual, and I'd just like to bring to the attention of the table that Honorable Sabisa is registered as Sabisa and not under IFP. So that makes it 7, 4 in the House voting no. 11 total.
The FF plus.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. We are 2 members in the House, 7 on the platform, 9 votes voting against.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. We 3 on the platform, 1 in the House, voting against. I'm Israel Chai.
The UDM. ATM.
Thank you, House Chair. We are 2 on the virtual. We are voting for. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. The NFP.
1 in the House in support. Thank you, Chairperson.
AIC. COPE. PAC.
1 in virtual platform voting in favor.
Al-Jama.
House Chair, we are 1 on the virtual platform and we vote in favor, and we want to know whether you were informed.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
They voted differently.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order, Honourable Members. Order, Honourable Members. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Is there any member? None? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. You want to correct? I've corrected it for you. Thank you.
This is what we should have done on the land issue.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. There's 91 that voted against the amendment and 248 voted in favor. The amendment is agreed to. Order, honorable members. Order. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Order. I now put the motion as amended. Are there any objections?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, honorable member.
Yes, Chairperson. Objection. We also call for a division again. Thank you.
There's objections and a division having been called. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. The bells will be rung for 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 seconds, Chair. 2 seconds. They're playful.
I think we should start a song.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Mani, I don't think that's one of your strong points. There's more competent members available who can do so. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, as previously indicated, the manual voting procedure will be used for the division. I have established that we do have a quorum, and I will request the party whips to confirm the number of the members present and how they wish to vote. And once again, a member that wish to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing me when the question is asked. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the motion on the order paper as amended be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain locked, and no members are allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is completed. The whips will now confirm the number of the members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform, and also indicate if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC in the chamber, 43. The ANC on the virtual platform, 157. Total 200. Makgolo a mabedi a makgolo a mabedi. We vote in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
There are 10 members on the House Chair, and there are 57 online, 67 in total voting against.
The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. 30 on the virtual platform, 13 inside the House. We vote in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The IFP,
Chairperson, 7 on virtual, 4 in the House, 11 voting against.
the FF Plus,
Thank you, Chairperson. 2 in the House, 7 on the platform, 9 votes voting against.
the ACDP,
Thank you, House Chair. 3 on the platform, 1 in the House, voting against. I'm
the UDM, the ATM,
Thank you, House Chair. 2 on the virtual platform. We vote in favor of the motion.
good. The NFP,
Thank you, Chairperson. 1 in the House and in support. Thank you.
the AIC, COPE, the PAC,
PAC Chair 1 and voting in favor.
Al Jama.
1 on virtual, we vote in favor.
Thank you. Honourable members, is there any member in the House or on the virtual platform that wish to abstain or vote differently to their party? There's none. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions, 91 voted against, and 248 voted in favour, and the motion as amended is accordingly agreed to.
Free Palestine.
Free
Palestine.
Order, honourable members.
Free Palestine.
From the river to
Honourable
the
members.
Palestine
will be free.
Free Palestine.
Order.
From the river
Thank
to
you.
the sea,
Thank you,
Palestine.
honourable members. Order.
Free Palestine.
Now we now move on to the next item.
From the
Can we just mute the platform, please?
From the river to the sea.
Order, honourable members. We now come to motions without notice. We come to motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice?
Thank you, House Chair.
From the river to the sea.
Order, honourable members. Order. Proceed, honourable member.
The African National Congress moves without
Free
notice.
Palestine.
The House congratulates Professor Dai Kladi of the University of Pretoria on his election by the United Nations as a judge of the International Court of Justice. It remembers that the court's role is to settle by international law legal disputes submitted to it by its states and to give advisory opinions on legal questions referred to it by authorized United Nations organs and specialized agencies. Recognizes that Professor Kladi is a leading international law scholar whose accomplishments span different areas of the field, including academic, government service, diplomatic, and practice. Recalls that he has served as chair of the International Law Commission, an organ of the UN generally regarded as a feeder body for the International Court of Justice. Further recalls that he served as legal advisor of the South African Mission in New York and special advisor to South African ministers of international relations, and wishes Professor Kladi well as he prepares to contribute to the court and its jurisprudence from the Palace of Peace in The Hague, Netherlands. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any objections? I put the motion before the House. No objections. The motion is agreed to. DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House Notes that Ricardo Malichiga, a professional boxer who hails from South Hills in Johannesburg, made the south of Johannesburg and the Republic proud when he won the International Boxing Organization world title after defeating Kevin Louis Munoz from Argentina on 2nd September 2023. Remembers that Malichiga won the title after being awarded a unanimous point decision at the Golden Gloves promotion tournament held at the Emperor's Palace in Kempton Park. Acknowledges that the south of Johannesburg is an area with a rich sporting history, particularly in the boxing rings. Recalls that Malichiga is also a former amateur South African multiple weight division champion. Congratulates Malichiga on his achievements and wishes him well on his journey as a new world champion. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections? I put the motion before the House. No objection. The motion is agreed to. EFF? Try and get another mic, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF move without notice that the House notes that Heineken, together with the Premier of Gauteng, Paniasa Lesufi, announced that they are going to roll out more taverns in Gauteng Township. Further note that these taverns have been rolled out with the endorsement of the ANC government in Gauteng. Acknowledge that alcohol and substance is a big contributor. Crime in South Africa, particularly gender-based violence, alcohol and substance abuse in South Africa is a major contributor to the majority of fatal accidents that happen on our roads, killing thousands of people every year. Further acknowledge that the external costs associated with alcohol abuse far exceed the revenue collected by the state in all forms, and as a result, the country pays the price for a few alcohol companies to make profit. Calls on society to participate in all campaigns against alcohol abuse. Further, calls on the House to condemn the popularization of alcohol by the government when the consequences of alcohol and substance abuse are known.
I put the motion before the House. Any objections?
Yeah, thank you, House Chair. The ANC object
Order,
this,
honorable members.
the ANC object this frivolous motion because their president is a drunkard.
Thank you. And no, don't go any further. The motion is not agreed to. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that South Africa's Mamelodi Sundowns Football Club were crowned the first South African Football League competition after they beat Wydad Casablanca of Morocco 2-0 at Loftus Versfeld Stadium in Pretoria on the 12th of November. Acknowledges that goals by Peter Shalulule and Aubrey Modiba ensued, that Sundowns become the first team to lift the trophy of the inaugural competition. Understands that this was the first edition of Africa's effort at launching a Super League with a 6-week and 8-team knockout tournament. Recalls that the Super League for Africa was originally suggested by FIFA President Gianni Infantino, who argued that it could transform the game of soccer in Africa. Acknowledges that Sundowns also pocketed 75 million for winning the title, and congratulates Sundowns on flying the country's flag high in the continent. We so move.
I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. IFP?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the IFP, I move that the House, 1, celebrates the outstanding achievement of the South African national rugby team, the Springboks, in securing victory at the Rugby World Cup. Notes that their triumph in the Rugby World Cup serves as a powerful reminder of the values that bind us as a nation and the potential that exists when we unite with common purpose, acknowledges that our nation's collective heart swelled with pride as we witness the exceptional team's determination, dedication, and prowess on the rugby field, recognizes that the Springboks' success is not only measured by the championship title, but also by the unifying spirit they have ignited across our diverse nation, expresses our gratitude to the fans whose unwavering support served as a powerful source of inspiration for the team, and finally calls upon this House to join us in expressing our heartfelt congratulations to the Springboks and in extending our best wishes for their continued success in their future. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. Motion is agreed to. EFF plus, FF plus.
Thank you, Chair. No motion from us.
Thank you. ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice. The House notes that the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women will mark the launch of the Unite campaign from the 25th November to the 10th of December, an initiative of 16 days of activism, concluding on the day that commemorates the International Women's Day on the 10th. Further notes that this year's Unite campaign theme is Invest to Prevent Violence Against Women and Girls. I understand that the violence against women and girls is one of the most widespread, persistent, and devastating human rights violations in our world today, and remain largely unreported due to impunity, silence, stigma, and shame surrounding it. Believes that the violence against women continues to be an obstacle to achieve equality, development, and peace, as well as the fulfillment of women and girls' human rights. Further believes that the promise of the Sustainable Development Goal to leave no one behind cannot be fulfilled without putting an end to violence against women and girls. And we call on the citizens to increase awareness, galvanize advocacy effort, and share knowledge and innovations to combat violence against women and girls. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. ACDP shall pass. Oh, okay.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the ACDP, I move without notice that the House commends the administrators of the Amashova cycle race held on the 20th of October 2023 between Pietermaritzburg and Durban, and furthermore congratulates all cyclists who completed the race in the most difficult of circumstances with blustering winds, driving rain, and treacherous road conditions. Calls on the Minister of Sport and Recreation to do more to advance cycling as a sport, particularly in the townships and rural areas, as a means of keeping our young people away from criminal activities. I so move.
I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. UTM? ATM? DA?
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move that note that the South African Guide Dog Association celebrates its 70th anniversary of training guide dogs and assistance dogs for people with disabilities. Acknowledges that guide dogs and assistance dogs play an important role in enhancing and improving the quality of independence and lifestyles for people with disabilities. Remembers that the Guide Dogs Association is able to train these puppies to become guide dogs and assistance dogs in a mere 2 years due to their volunteers. Their incredible dedication and contribution to the improvement and independence of the people with disabilities must be noted. Recalls that the South African Guide Dogs also provides additional service such as orientation and mobility services. These include white cane skills, which aid people with disabilities to live more independently. congratulates the South African Guard Dogs Association and their volunteers for the role they play in helping people with disabilities to live independently, and wish them the success for future endeavor. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? It's the voice. Thank you, Honorable Member. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. EFF moves without notice that the House notes that the Teachers Union SADU is affiliated to COSATU, which is in tripartite alliance with the ANC that contains elections, and members of SADU are directed by their union to support the ANC to win elections. Notes that the involvement of teachers, particularly SADU members as presiding officers appointed by the Independent Electoral Commission, is a threat to the legitimacy of the elections. Acknowledges that elections are South Africa's cornerstone of democracy, whose legitimacy and credibility must be protected by all. There is a deficit of trust between the IEC and the community after previous incidents of electoral irregularities. Further, acknowledges that South Africa has high levels of unemployment and many of the unemployed graduates can be employed to serve as IEC presiding officers instead of political party aligned teachers. Calls on the IEC to publicly disclose how many of the presiding officers employed during the IEC weekend were vetted as teachers and if their association with union is known. Further calls the IEC to refrain from employing teachers at voting stations and IEC regional offices as presiding officers. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections?
Of course, the ANC object this motion.
There are objections. The motion will be converted to a motion of notice. I recognize the ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of the gift of the giver's regional head in Gaza, Ahmed Abbas, and his brother in a rocket strike as they returned from morning prayers on Thursday, the 16th of November, 2023. Remembers that Abbas was appointed head of the gift of the giver's office in the region in 2013, and he served the people of Gaza with distinction. Further remembers that he was responsible for implementing multiple projects, including the care of orphans, widows, the elderly, and the ill. Recalls that he delivered water through desalination plants, distributed food parcels, provided hot meals, and upgraded damaged homes, and conveys heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and the gift of the Givers Foundation. I so move, Chair.
I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. Good. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House notes that there's been an amendment, Chairperson, to it. I said previously 2 police officers, but now a third one has died. 3 police officers were brutally gunned down in the last few days, while 2 of them on duty and 1 off duty. Also note that 1 was gunned down in Tembisa, the 2nd officer was gunned down in Durban, outside the pavilion, and the 3rd in Dunoon in the Western Cape. Also note that these police officers have served the South African Police Service in different capacities. Also note that police officers are vulnerable as a result of them living in informal settlement and traveling to and from on public transport. Further notes that the killing of police officers in South Africa appears to be a norm. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to extend condolences to the family and friends of the 3 police officers that were gunned down. Further calls on the South African Police Services to ensure that police officers live closer to where they work and that are provided added protection. I so move.
I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. ANC.
Chair, thanks. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes that World AIDS Day is celebrated around the world on December 1 each year. 2, further notes that this day has become one of the most recognized international health days as a key opportunity to raise awareness, commemorate those who have passed on, and celebrate victories such as increased access to treatment and prevention services. Understands that as we mark the 35th commemoration of this important day, the theme for this year is World AIDS Day 35, Remember and Commit, and shows that everyone who needs HIV/AIDS treatment has access to treatment. Further ensures that everyone is empowered and educated to protect themselves from HIV/AIDS infection, and calls upon our government, civil society, youth formations, and the community in general to renew their resolve to fight this epidemic that has claimed millions of lives across the globe, fight against the stigma and discrimination associated with this disease, and restore the dignity and human rights of those affected. I thank you, Chair.
I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. AIC. COPE. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the untimely passing on of AmaZulu Football Club player Bongi Nkosi Bongi Ntuli on Sunday, 5th November, at the age of 32, after being diagnosed with cancer. Recalls that 2 months before his passing, Bongi Ntuli married the AmaZulu Chief Executive Officer Sinenjabulo Zungu in a white wedding. Further recalls that he passed on the same day the families were supposed to have their umabo, a part of a traditional wedding where the bride presents gifts to the groom's family. Acknowledges his loyal contribution to the AmaZulu Football Club, as he has been in the books of Usutu since 2019. Remembers that Ntuli's best season was in 2019-20 when he contributed to 70% of AmaZulu's 20 league goals, scoring 13 and assisting once, and conveys his condolences to the Zungu and Ntuli families as well as the entire football team. I so move, Honorable Chair.
I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the world commemorates Armistice Day, which is now more commonly known as Remembrance Day, on 11th November this year. Further notes that Remembrance Day is a day of commemoration across all Commonwealth countries for all fallen soldiers who have died in the line of duty since World War I. Recognizes that many South Africans have and continue to dedicate their lives to the defense of our nation and the values enshrined in our Constitution. Acknowledges the families who have been left behind by those brave souls who have lost their lives in the line of duty. Calls on this House to appreciate our armed forces and our military veterans, and to ensure that they receive the support and resources they need to fulfill their duties. I so move.
I put the motion before the House. Any objections? Motion agreed to. PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Al-Jama moves without notice that the House notes that the 20th of November 2023 was World Children's Day as declared by the UN General Assembly in 1959. Further notes that the World Children's Day also marks the anniversary of the day that the UN General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Acknowledge that it's a day that presents an opportunity to advocate, promote, and celebrate children's rights. Further acknowledges that the annual World Children's Day creates awareness to end widespread suffering of children. It realizes that this year's World Children's Day falls within the time when thousands of children where thousands of children are being massacred. Understand that this year's theme of World Children's Day, for every child, every right, serves as a powerful reminder of the suffering of thousands of children who are being denied these rights, and appeal to the South African government as a member state of the United Nations to engage with the international organization in finding a just solution to end the hostilities and deprivations of human relief to children. I so move.
Put the motion before the House. Any objections?
ACDP objects. Thank you.
The motion shall be converted to a notice of motion. That concludes the motions without notice. Honorable members, my apology, ANC, the last motion from the ANC.
Ndolibuwa Muhulisei Mrangadzulo. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that South African yachtswoman Kirsten Neschefer of Quebec was on Tuesday, 15 November, named Female 2023 Rolex World Sailor of the Year at an awards ceremony in Malaga, Spain. Further knows that Ms. Neschefer, the first woman to finish first in the solo Golden Globe race earlier this year, beat 3 other finalists to the award before winning a round-the-world race without the use of modern GPS system and single-handedly. We applaud her for her remarkable achievements and sends its heartfelt congratulations to her on adding this prestigious award to her already significant list of accolades. Thank you. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. Honorable members, that concludes motions without notice. The last order of the day is the notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion? ANC?
Ke a leboga modulasetulo gape lekgotla la badimo le batho legatong la gona. I hereby move that at the next sitting of the House debate, we must debate on gender transformative training to address toxic masculinity in society, to combat negative aspects of patriarchy. Ke a leboga.
Thank you. DA?
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the need for all rainwater reservoirs servicing all affected provinces to be exempt from load shedding, as access to water is a right enshrined in the Constitution. I so move.
Thank you. EFF?
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Chair, since 1994 to date, this House has never had a focused debate on the plight of the artists. And as such, the question why artists die poor with all the rich legacy they leave behind has not been answered. We have 9 provinces, yet we see migration of sector people. The Jim come to Joburg, a scenario in the absence of decentralization that has not taken off, except in one province, which is KZN, that has a music industry of its own. Thus today we can pride with about DJ tiras of Afrotainment. I therefore rise on behalf of EFF for the House in its next sitting to debate the plight of artists in rural areas, women in arts who are still expected to pay in kind in order to access the industry, youth in arts, children in arts who ought to be protected even more than others, but so that they do not end up like the Msawawas. Our dearly loved veterans who in their living days, end up in shacks.
Thank you.
I so move, Chair.
ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates increasing and strengthening of intervention get at minimizing the effects of child malnutrition, and the right to food, which affects mostly children from poor households. Thank you.
IFP. Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Nkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debates the recent revelation of the poorly executed circumcision at a clinic in KwaZulu-Natal and the potential repercussions on the trust in medical male circumstances, a practice aimed at reducing the risk of males contracting HIV and other sexually transmitted disease. I so move. ANC.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby, on behalf of the ANC, that at its next sitting, the House debates strengthening of regulations in order to ensure that spaza shops comply with applicable standards and are not trading without permits and selling counterfeit goods and expired foodstuff.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, Chair. The ACDP gives notice that it will move at the next sitting of the House that the House debates the alarming increase in teenage pregnancies and the ineffective comprehensive sexuality education curriculum currently taught in our schools. And that according to the DBE, this curriculum has been part of the curriculum since the early 2000s. I so move.
UDM. ATM. DA.
Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in its next sitting, this House debates the Department of Basic Education's failure to eradicate pit toilets in a timely manner and the dangerous, unsafe infrastructure in schools for learners, overcrowding, lack of labs, no libraries. Schools should not be the graveyards that this ANC government has turned them into. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable members, just for record purposes, in terms of the schedule that I have, I didn't skip anyone, then I shall proceed. EFF.
Freedom Front, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I move that in the next sitting, the House debates the adoption and expansion of the civil society program to create 1 million climate jobs. I so move.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates increased investment infrastructure to ensure construction of projects is undertaken with the necessary agency in order to improve access to basic services and increase the overall efficiency and competitiveness of our economy. I so move.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that in the next sitting of the House, that the House debates the failure of the Department of Finance over the last 30 years to act on all the red lights of municipal failure in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act. I so move.
Thank you. Good. NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at its next sitting, this House deliberates and resolves to put in place stringent visa requirements for Israeli citizens traveling to and from South Africa, that a process be initiated to identify South Africans in the Israeli Defense Force responsible for human rights violations and committing atrocities against the Palestinian community and be criminally charged and handed over to the International Criminal Court, that the government enhance its monitoring capacity to prevent illicit financial flows to and from Israel, that we reconsider the dual citizenship status of South Africans who may take up citizenship in countries that violate human rights. I so move.
ANC.
Thank you, Sihlalo. I hereby move on behalf of ANC that its next sitting, the House debate, coordinated and sustainable efforts geared at reducing the proliferation of drugs and substance abuse that pose to a severe threat to South African communities. I thank you,
Thank you.
Sihlalo.
Thank you. AIC. COPE. ANC. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the ANC, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that at its next sitting, the House debates the increase in cash in transit haste and how to use the comprehensive security and intelligence service to tackle the scourge. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the critical role of basic and higher education to narrow the skills and unemployment gaps in South Africa. I so move.
Thank you. PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of the House, as a move on behalf of Al Jama Party, that the House debates the banning of political parties from propagating and expanding views which supports any country from illegally occupying another country. Such propagation amounts to war, incitement of imminent violence, and advocacy of hatred based on race, ethnicity, and religion, especially against fellow Christians. I so move.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates addressing the increase in ransom, kidnapping, and measures to prevent such occurrences. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the motion, the notices of motion, and the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Free, free Palestine.
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 Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine.
Palestine will be free.
From the river to the sea.